68, 2023 meeting of the Louisa County Board of Supervisors to order.
I move we go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A1 to discuss the performance of employees and administration, the county attorney's office, and general services, and pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A5 to discuss a prospective business in the Cuckoo District and the Mineral District where no previous announcements has been made of the business interest in locating in the county, and pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A7 and 8 to consult with legal counsel and staff about potential litigation in Green Springs District and Patrick Henry District, pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A, 7, 8, and 29 to consult with legal counsel and staff about the award of a potential contract for the construction of buildings in the Mineral District where discussion in the open session would adversely affect the bargaining position of or negotiating strategy of the county.
So moved.
Been properly moved and seconded. We go into closed session. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're in closed session. Go back into open session. I will now poll members to certify that to the best of your knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and is identified in the motion for which a closed meeting was convened were discussed and considered by the board. If any member believes that the board varied from the purposes stated for the closed meeting, please state so and the reason prior to casting a vote. Mrs. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes.
Mr. Purcell?
Yes.
All right, we're back into open session. This is the Tuesday, August the 8th meeting of the Louisa County Board of Supervisors. We postponed yesterday's meeting due to the severe weather that we had in the county. I'd like to welcome all of you that are here in attendance in person, those of you that are watching on the live stream. As we always do when we start a meeting, we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance and our invocation. If you would like to join us, please stand. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come together today to conduct the business of the people of Louisa County. Lord, we ask that you would bless this meeting. We ask that you would bless those that are here in attendance. We ask you to bless the leaders of our county, of our state, and of our country. Lord, we ask a special blessing on those who protect us both here at home, those abroad. Lord, we ask a very special blessing tomorrow as our school children and our staff and our faculty return to school tomorrow. We ask that you would have your hands on them for a safe day tomorrow, a safe school year. Get them to school and home safely each and every day. Lord, we ask that you would continue to bless the United States of America. And I pray all this in Christ's name. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, the first item of business is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to change the agenda and remove item number 6 under public hearings to give us more time to get public input and give us more time to come up with a good plan that might help us with this important emergency ordinance that we were trying to come up with, but I'd like to see that removed from the agenda.
Is there any other changes to the agenda? So the motion has been made to remove from the public hearing an ordinance amending Louisa County Code Section 14.4.1, animals running at large enforcement. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes, sir.
I don't think there's a second to that motion, sir.
No, there's not yet, but I'm going to ask for discussion before we have a second.
Okay, I'd like to discuss some things, sir. Mr. Chairman, board members, public, thank you for your time. I'm going to take a few minutes here and I'm going to pontificate a little bit about this emergency ordinance in this situation. Mr. Chairman, there has been much said about this over the past 24 to 48 hours. I've personally spent, I don't know, probably 6 or 7 hours on the phone with no less than 10 or 15 people. And I see we're filling the room full of farmers, which I think is a wonderful idea. Thank you, sir, for your indulgence here. The issue at hand is we have several bad eggs in the county that that just don't follow the rules. I'm going to give you one example, and they're not our farmers, and they're people that are basically landowners that play farming and do something like that. There have been 483 calls on Hasher Lane by the animal control officer. 892 have occurred at 892 Hasher Lane. 314 have occurred at 911 Hasher Lane, and 12 have occurred at 915 Hasher Lane. Now, I get a daily text or 3 from the lady at 911 Hasher Lane showing pictures of the goats and the sheep standing on her car, eating her grass, doing all that stuff. And that's really not a big deal to me. That's a private civil issue. And I don't think that this board needs to get into adopting ordinances for private and civil issues. I think that's between the landowners. But I got back from vacation on Monday, I think it was the 24th, and I was going to work to check a job in Zion's Crossroads on the morning of the 25th on the Interstate 64, and I'm driving west. I get on at Haydensville, and I get to the Ferncliff exit about a half mile from there, and there's VDOT on the side of the road. There's a dead goat, and there's this band of sheep and goat on the side of the road that had made their way to 64. Well, at that point in time, with 483 animal control officer calls, it seems to me that the county needs to do something, because now it's a public safety issue. We've got animals in 64 that habitually get out and have problems. Now, this ordinance that we're proposing tonight and that we're going to talk about, hopefully, I hope we're going to talk about it, I hope it stays on the agenda. I did a little math, and I have over 500 animals on my farm that are subject to this ordinance, between the chickens, the cows, the sheep, the pigs, and the horses that I have. So I have just as much dog in this fight as anybody. This is not about crippling our farmers. This is not about penalizing people. This is a matter of public safety at this point in time. And it's specific to this one incident. Now, we have a plan in place. We'd like to pontificate on that as we get towards the public hearing. I'd like for it to stay on the agenda so we can hear it tonight. And that's all I have to say, sir.
Is there a second to Mr. Barlow's motion? All right, not hearing a second. Yes, sir.
I move that we go with the agenda as submitted by the chairman.
Second.
Is there any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Motion passes. Let's see, I got to count now. 1, 2, 3, 4 to 2. All right. Next up is the approval of the minutes.
So move.
He voted for it.
Second.
He voted against it.
Did you vote for or against?
Actually, I can't second.
She was
I'd
for.
like to see it just move forward and have us
Okay,
listen to
yeah,
public
I was
hearing
right, yeah,
tonight,
I was right.
since everyone's here tonight.
Yep,
bring
okay.
it to public hearing.
Been properly moved that we approve the minutes. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next up is the approval of the bills for the second half of July.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next up is the approval of the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1. Next up is a very exciting opportunity for us, and that's our recognitions. And tonight we are going to recognize the 2022-23 Louisa County High School girls varsity softball team for winning the Virginia High School League Class 4 state championship. Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have numerous members of the softball team and their coaches here in attendance with us tonight, and I'd like to invite you all down front. You can stand right here between the podium and the board, and please face the audience. Right up here.
Take us out to the ball game.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of the public, this is a resolution recognizing the 2022-2023 Louisa County High School girls varsity softball team for winning the VHSL Class 4 state championship. Whereas on June the 10th, 2023, the Louisa County High School Lady Lions varsity softball team defeated the Halifax County Comets by a score of 9-1 to win the Virginia High School League VHSL Class 4 state championship. And whereas at the beginning of the season, the Lady Lions set a goal to win a state championship. And whereas the Lady Lions have an overall record of 24-1, finishing the season with 19 straight victories capped by Saturday's state championship. And whereas the team's ability to score in key postseason moments while maintaining their poise and focus on the task ahead of them enabled them to earn their victory. And whereas not only did the Lady Lions win the Jefferson District Championship, they also won their first region championship in program history. And whereas the Lady Lions are led by Coach Susan Sharp and assistant coach Brittany Ratchford, and the members of the team are Savannah Bragg, Lacey Garrett, Ariana Taylor, Alyssa Hopkins, Dara Sharp, Allison Rigsby, Haley Walker, Mallory Greslick, Lauren Goodman, Addison Smith, Courtney Kidd, Emily Chisholm, and Emily Gillespie. And whereas the perseverance, hard work, and dedication exhibited by the Lady Lions should be applauded and upheld as a positive example for all youth in this great Commonwealth to emulate. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Louisa County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes and applauds the 22-23 Louisa County High School girls varsity softball team and their coaches, staff, and families for the outstanding accomplishments in winning the VHSL Class 4 state championship. Congratulations. Supervisor Barnes, would you be so kind as to present this?
Ladies, I had an opportunity to be sitting in the chair both times those bats got hot in the fifth inning. And I said, great, babe. And I mean, watched you beat Halifax twice. And I enjoyed it immensely. And I went on the sponsor ring, watched y'all play. And I got my old seat right there under the shade. And you all made Louisa proud. It was a fast act all year long. And we are so proud of you. And I just want to say, congratulations from the board of
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ladies. All right, thank you, ladies.
Congratulations, ladies, and remind the boys' football team the example that you have set since we're starting football season
That's cold.
in a couple of weeks. All right. Next up is our public comment period. I do have one card. During the public comment period, you can address the board and speak on any issue that is not a public hearing tonight, and we do have 6 public hearings tonight. So if you're here to speak during a public hearing, we'll wait for that public hearing. When I call your name, come to the podium. Make sure that you speak into the microphone, give your name and your voting district. You do not have to give your address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. I will give you a warning when you have 15 seconds left. The only card I have for the public hearing is Vicky Hart.
Public comment period.
Or public comment, I'm sorry, public comment.
For public comment?
But I am one of them.
All right, well, you do that one and we'll figure it out up here.
Who's the other one?
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Vicki Hart, Louisa District, Town of Louisa. I'd like to speak to you about a discussion I had with Mr. Barlow at the Ag Fair and a follow-up discussion I had with FEMA directly. I met with Mr. Barlow to discuss going back into FEMA, and he talked about when the decision was made coming out about the irrationality of the lake level requirements they wanted, which apparently were not irrational to the other 5 counties that border Lake Anna, because they all stayed in the FEMA program with the same requirements. And they also talked about the impact on farmers, which also did not seem to be a problem with the surrounding 5 counties that stayed in FEMA. But then I called FEMA, and FEMA told me the reason we exited the FEMA program was not because the Board of Supervisors voted us out. It was because we were sanctioned and we were kicked out of FEMA because after multiple attempts of us violating floodplain management guidelines and their attempt to contact us to correct them via letters, that they finally gave up and gave us a deadline to comply with floodplain management, which we missed. So they sent us a letter saying we were sanctioned and we were therefore no longer going to be in the floodplain management program or the federal flood insurance program as of a certain date. We then held board hearings, and all we talked about, which I do have in the minutes, was the farmer input and the effect on Lake Anna, not the fact that FEMA kicked us out. Now, they also have the letters that they sent to the county beforehand. The town of Louisa never said we were sanctioned. The county of Louisa never said we were sanctioned for never complying with floodplain management. Mr. Barlow told me when FEMA comes out here to give us a presentation on why we should go back into FEMA, then maybe we'll consider it. I asked FEMA about that. They said that is not their job, and they don't go to communities that are sanctioned and exit FEMA. It is our job to get back in, and at this point, we have kicked the can so far down the road that it is probably prohibitively expensive for us to get back into the program.
15 seconds, ma'am.
And since they now have 2 new laws that they're complying with that went into effect a couple of years ago, I'm now looking up the codes. They're combining them all, and we will no longer probably be eligible for any FEMA emergency disaster assistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Ms.
thank
Hart,
you.
if you could give me the name of your contact at FEMA, I'd like to have that name so that I can place a phone call, please.
I can do that.
Because that's what you were told is false.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
the board, I was on the board at that time, we opted out of FEMA. We weren't kicked out. We opted not to be in there. We chose decisively to exit FEMA, and we did so. Thank you, sir.
And I do
Mi-
have the sanction letter.
You can share with them. Beverly Prather.
I don't want to take much of the board's time, but I thank you for your consideration. I've prepared
Ma'am, state your name and your voting district.
Beverly Prather Trevilians,
Thank you.
County Code Section 2241, requiring contractors to be licensed and pay taxes to county based on their earnings. This code is in place to protect homeowners and make sure that these people who are going into people's homes are licensed professionals and protecting the homeowners. I've had a terrible time having this code enforced. I've been bounced from county office to county office, and there have been some rather extreme cases that would not have occurred had somebody enforced the county code to begin with. So I just briefed it out for you. I don't want to take much more of your time. I'd like it if the county could enforce their own code for the protection of the homeowners and to get these illegal contractors out of business. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Want to get me hurt? Let's go.
Are you finished, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chairman.
Thank
Yes,
you
sir. Yes,
for your
ma'am.
consideration.
Mr. Chairman, Miss Prather, is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Miss Prather?
Yes.
I just have a question real quick here. I am a contractor. I am licensed and I am insured. And I think this code 22-41, and I'm not positive of this, but I'm pretty certain, is that you have to buy a county license and pay the tax here in the county, not be licensed with DPOR. I think they're different. The county license is a restrictive tax specifically for a business license on contractors. We don't charge any other businesses in the county a business license, just contractors. And it's a little, I view it as like a penalty for being a contractor in the county. You can call it what you want, but this is only a business license. And the tax that we pay based on gross revenue that we do in the county has nothing to do with competency or anything like that. So I think that's the 2241, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's what it is,
I
ma'am.
understand the tax structure portion of it and your explanation. My reading of this code, the Virginia Assembly enacted this in 2010, the requirement of localities to have all contractors provide proof of being duly licensed by the state.
Yes, ma'am. But the licensure in 2241 that they're speaking of is you get a county license, which really, you just got to get one, and that's all it is. It's just
From my
the
reading of
licensure is a
this
county
code,
license.
And it's very clear. The state, the General Assembly requires the county to ensure that these contractors are licensed through the state and to provide proof to the county. That's exactly what this code states.
Only if they get a permit, and they're coming from here.
That's what the county building told me. There's nothing in this code that makes an exception only for permits. I understand that they're getting fees with permits and inspections. And that's what the development office said before they sent me to revenue, before they sent me to the county attorney's office,
Yes, ma'am.
before they told me to take the code and get out of the building. This is stating that anybody acting, and it spells it out, doing any work on any building or any structure using paint, stone.
Ma'am,
mortar.
I did finish your time when you told me, but I kept it on my phone, and your 3 minutes is up.
So I
Thank you.
called her back.
Yeah,
Thank you. ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you
I
very much.
will, why don't you grab her name and number, and I'll be happy to reach out to you and talk to you a little bit about it, if
Can
you
I meet you in
will.
the hallway? Can I meet you in the hallway?
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right, is there anyone, that's all the cards that we have. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the board during public comment period? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Next is a presentation by the Louisa Ford Foundation. Ms. Clark.
Hey, good morning. Good evening.
Evening.
Hopefully I will work this properly. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, staff. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name is Tracy Clark. I'm the Executive Director of the Louisa County Chamber of Commerce and also the Louisa Ford Foundation. And I'm here tonight to give you a little bit of information, an update, if you will, about the Ford Foundation and the work that we've been doing. We established the Louisa Ford Foundation in 2020. It's a 501c3 nonprofit created to support the economic, education, and community development programs implemented by the Louisa County Chamber of Commerce. During that time, as you all recall, there was a lot of grants and funding becoming available to support businesses, but as a chamber, we were a 501c6 and did not have access. We wanted to create a 501c3 so that we could gain access to some of the funding and further help support our businesses and our local community. Since forming the foundation, we've accomplished many attractive and what I call very exciting achievements. We launched last year our 1927 Legacy Campaign with the goal to raise $95,000 as a capital campaign to pay off our office on Main Street. And we achieved 50% of that goal last year, so we're continuing to do the fundraising. We established or further established our nonprofit cooperative. The Nonprofit Summit would celebrate its 5th anniversary this October. We've held grant writing classes every year. This year we're holding 2 that have not only helped the nonprofit organizations but also businesses receive grant funding on their own accord. And then this year we are establishing recognition awards for the nonprofit community. Leadership Louisa was launched last year. We had our 2nd graduating class this year, doubled in size. It's a value-based leadership program. And we also have a community action project where the cohort works together to work on issues or concerns. And this year, we partnered them off with 3 local nonprofit organizations, each of which received a significant donation and some solutions and opportunities to help them face some of their challenges. The Chamber Challenge, we launched that back last year, raising funds to further our school scholarship and also to support the Legacy Campaign. One of the most significant programs that we launched under the Forward Foundation was the partnership with the town of Louisa, and we entered into the DHCD Exploring Main Street program. The reason that we did this is because as an official member under the DHCD, we were able to gain access to resources, guidance and support, as well as funding opportunities to help with the revitalization efforts of Main Street. So we launched, we received a Vitality Grant in the fall of 2022, and we just completed our strategic market analysis this May. And then with the town's support from their EDA, we have gone right into the 3-year strategic plan, which is currently in motion. I want to share just a few highlights. This is an initiative that takes everyone, including the county, to participate, the residents, the businesses, partners, nonprofits. It takes everyone to help us revitalize the center of our county. So you can see we've reached out through this analysis to a number of groups and organizations, and we will continue to do so. I'm not going to read all the information that's contained in your packet, and you should have also received the detailed strategic market analysis so you can read. There's a lot of information in this analysis. We hired a consultant with Main Street America, and this is just kind of a high level, some of these slides. The report that we received was to better define our Main Street area and develop a data-driven strategic plan and framework so that we could draw residents and visitors into the downtown area, increasing local vitality. This strategy that they use has been going on across the country, revitalizing main streets for years, and it's a proven method that works very effective, and we're really excited to be working on it here in Louisa. Some of the information that came out of the study is the outcomes in Louisa. We have a market for entrepreneurs. We have a pipeline development. According to the U.S. Census, 5 million new business formations in 2022, and Virginia averages more than 10,000 per month. The survey also showed that 2,000 small business owners, 70% started by those within their communities. 74% come to businesses located in older commercial districts like the main streets. The GoDaddy information was pretty exciting to demonstrate how much business is actually happening here in Louisa and how much opportunity we have right here in our community to lift our economy and support our community. The market data, there's a ton of information here. It just elevates or evaluates the market based on trying to ascertain the inherent competitive advantages of the Louisa community. It's balanced input from the community as well as current place-based assets and anchors that we can develop transformation strategies. The following represents some of the summary charts of the market data that we received, and it's from those that drive 5, 15, and 25 minutes into the town of Louisa. So again, there's graphs and charts in that analysis that you can dig a little deeper. So at the end of this analysis from this consultant, we received some recommendations based on their transformation strategy. What they highlighted as the potential in our area is the market-based strategies, which is local supporting retail and services, or our family and sports recreation that we have right here in the town of Louisa, building them up, building density so that we can bring more people that will play and stay in the area, therefore supporting a multitude of businesses. There's also a Main Street approach implementation strategy. Sorry, my words are twisted. I got an ear infection, sorry. So we can build a funky, quirky entrepreneurial ecosystem strategy as well. So they will continue to be our partners throughout this process, but this is a look at what a 3-year strategic plan, as we work on it, we're using this as the model. And this is the Main Street strategy for transforming a community. This is not an overnight one and done. This will be years in the making. We are toddlers in the mix of this exploring Main Street, but we're really excited about what's going on. So at this point, I want to bring up the mayor, who the town of Louisa, as I mentioned, is our partner in this. We could not be in this program and making this progress without the support of the mayor and the town. So I want to invite him up for a really great, exciting announcement about their anniversary.
Mr. Mayor.
Good evening. How are y'all? But what we, a big announcement, I guess everyone has seen the signs going up about the 150th anniversary We have it scheduled for September 30th, and I hope everyone can be there. We start off with ceremony at the courthouse in the morning, around 11, I think it is, and then go from there with a parade through town and back over to the fairgrounds. We have a lot of people that are actually looking at bringing their Model A's and T's and C's, I guess, but all of the above to be here. And I hope it to be a really great day that we can all celebrate and be proud of Louisa County as a whole and the heart of it here in the town. We're just excited to be. I'm a born and raised Louisian, and I will be that till I die, and I enjoy meeting people and talking about it, and that's what I hope we do that day and enjoy each other company. And we'll have 2 bands, live bands during the day, and we'll have a DJ in between, and lots of vendors and so forth. And you can still sign up if anyone wants to sign up as a vendor, can do it through the chamber website. And I would like to do one other thing. I'd like to commend Tracy for her efforts that she's put forth in this whole ordeal. We couldn't have gotten through this. Main Street America has been a sort of dream of mine after watching Orange and different ones come through it, and I'm really excited that we're on that 5-year plan, 3-year plan, whatever it takes, but that we keep it going and bring Louisa to be one of the finer towns in the state of Virginia that it is. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And one of the biggest exciting things about the celebration is we are doing the grand finale with fireworks. The town hall and the art center is going to be open with, walking through and reminiscing and all kinds of exciting things. And we still need parade entrance, so all of you farmers with old tractors and stuff, we'd love to have you there.
Turn around. Go down.
I know.
They're here.
I know, that's why I said that. So, one last thing that I want to share, I'm not sure, I forgot to hit my timer, so hopefully I'm not going over my 15 minutes.
You're good.
Close, okay. I just have this last thing.
Only when you see it up here is when you know you're
Okay,
close.
unfortunately, Casey Hollins, who is the Managing Director for Public Relations and Communications at REC, was unable to join us tonight because of the switch. But she did give me a summary, and I want to share for the first time publicly, really, about our Charge Up Louisa campaign that we've been working on. Literally, it'll be a year next month. Well, no, August, I think, is a year. So basically, last fall, the Louisa Forward Foundation and the town of Louisa began discussing an opportunity to bring EV charging stations to the town of Louisa. And this was an idea that was presented through Julie with Dominion Energy, as well as we saw it in some other main streets as a way to bring people here to shop while they were charging. So we designed and identified locations in the town that could be installed and connected to EV charging stations based on a Dominion grant opportunity that was originally presented. And as the partnership progressed, REC provided She talked with us and analyzed possible sites that were owned by the town where we can install level 2 chargers, providing 4 charging ports at each location. We're really excited that REC, when we presented to the town, and cost was our biggest challenge to doing this, REC stepped to their wholly owned subsidiary, REC Communications, agreed to purchase, install, and own the level 2 chargers at each location. So that was a huge, generous contribution to the town. In collaboration with Dominion Energy, the electric infrastructure at each location will require minimal upgrades to support the load growth, and this work is being completed at no cost by Dominion Energy. The Charge Up Louisa chargers are scheduled to be installed and functional by the end of 2023. So where we are positioning those, there will be 2 stations at the Town Hall, Louisa Arts Center Historical Society complex, and then the other 2 chargers, each of them will have 4 ports. The other one is going to be at the Frosties, the public parking on the end of Main Street. There was an additional opportunity that came forth just a month or 2 ago to greatly expand the opportunity for EV charging in the area, and REC worked with the town to submit a grant fueling infrastructure discretionary grant programs, and its funding, if it's awarded, would expand EV charging throughout the town as well as other possible locations throughout Louisa County. So it's a pretty exciting project. We're excited. I know the businesses along Main are excited about the opportunity to, there's kind of a desert in Louisa for any EV charging or public use. So we're really pretty excited about being able to bring that and draw some attention into the area. It looks like you have a question.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So that concludes my presentation. I appreciate your time tonight. Does anybody have any questions about anything?
Mrs. Jones?
I don't have a question. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your positive energy and everything you put in. I know the long hours you put into our community, and we can sit here and we look at the numbers and we kind of like, oh, numbers. But your chamber, your team is making the difference in our community for all of us in here, and just helping to raise up the town of Louisa and what your energy that you bring to it. And every time I talk to you on the phone, you're always positive, and you love Louisa as much as I think the rest of us do in here. So thank you for everything and all your long hours.
Thank you so much, Rachel. It is not me alone. There are a lot of volunteers.
You're the
many
leader.
of them here in the room tonight. So really appreciate it, and I know they do as well, because there is a lot of love for this community, and particularly the business community. And we
Thank you
appreciate
to
your
all the
support from the
volunteers.
board.
Thank you to everyone
Yeah.
who supports Tracy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just echo that. I was going to say the same thing. Louisa, I've got a picture on my phone from one evening when we ate at Obrigato's and we were parked alongside the courthouse, and I don't know, it's probably 9:30 at night, and I took a picture of the courthouse. Actually, I'm going to probably get it framed. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. So I appreciate your leadership, the mayor, the town council, Ms. Hart is here, the people who are volunteering, because we have a very unique community. We have a very unique opportunity to really do something special with downtown Louisa. I know one of the most enjoyable times for my family is when we have the Christmas tree lighting. Several hundred people there every year that we do that. So it does take people to step up and do the hard work, so that 5 or 3 years, according to the mayor, when you're finished, 3-year project, according to the mayor. But when people drive down the road and drive down the street and see the result of it, they think this is great. But they never see all the effort that goes in behind it, and people have to step up and do that. So thank you for doing that.
Well,
you
thank
do a
you,
great job.
and thank you for your future help.
Yeah. There, Tracy, there you got it. So you're welcome. You call me, I will help. Next up is a discussion on Transportation Safety Commission's consideration of road matters. Mr. Goodwin?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We talked about this a couple of meetings back. I reached out to VDOT. This was, just to bring you back up to speed, this was using the Transportation Safety Committee just for some expanded roles with things like speed studies, road improvements, those other kinds of projects that come up, and really just to gain a little bit deeper understanding and some better citizen perspective on these projects and potential actions by VDOT. So I did reach out to Scott Thornton. He sent me a list of things back that he thought it would be a very good idea, and sent a list of things that's included on page 66 of your packet. And Mr. Kuhn was kind enough to draft up a one-pager that formalizes what's in that email into a more finite list with a little bit more structure to it. I had shared this with the board previously, not the one-pager, but the email, and this is further detail on that. But I really think that having that citizen group review the relevant data that surrounds the situation, and maybe providing feedback to the board before we go to VDOT with requests might be very helpful to the board, specifically for things like speed studies and small improvement projects. So glad to, at the last meeting, you all asked us to interface with VDOT and bring this back to you, and if it pleases the board, we'd be happy to take it to the Transportation Safety Committee, or take any further direction that you so charge us with.
I have a question. I believe at the last meeting, we discussed how often they would meet. Right now, it's quarterly they're meeting.
Yes, sir.
If they
Ma'am.
want to take this on, is it what?
Ma'am, I said yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Said yes, sir.
I'll answer
Corrected
to
yourself,
anything.
say
Yes, sir. I
ma'am.
I
quickly
don't
corrected
care.
myself.
if they were to take these duties on, I would, for me, want them to meet more often because we can't wait quarterly for some of these issues that will come to us.
Yes, and I think you might, perhaps, I would suggest that they consider meeting on a quarterly basis as a scheduled meeting, but then having as-needed meetings scheduled between those intervals if something comes up which is more time-sensitive.
As needed, but no more frequently than monthly,
Sure.
following the board
Yep.
meeting or something?
Yes, sir.
You need a recommendation for that, is that what you're looking for?
I would just want to make sure that the board is still
I'm-
okay with us
I
taking this
think
to
that's
the
a great idea, and if
TSC.
you want a
I'm willing
motion
to
to do
give it a
so,
try.
Okay.
I would move we do that.
Thank you.
All right. Next is new business action items, a resolution authorizing a budget supplement for the Louisa County Water Authority. Ms. Goldman.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is a budget supplement request from the Water Authority. They began operating the Lake Anna wastewater treatment plant back in May, and they are continuing to have repairs and fixing equipment. They need to add fencing and update some controls, so this is a supplemental request for that, $100,000.
So moved. So moved.
Second.
Been properly moved in second that we approve this supplemental appropriation. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is a resolution for the Joint Transit Services Agreement, and I believe that's you too, isn't it, Ms.
It
Goldman?
is.
Yeah.
Yes, John asked that we try to formalize with an MOU the things they do for us. And so they sent a agreement for us to look over. And so I do see a mistake on the resolution itself. The agreement in your board package is perfect, but the term, we had gone back and forth on the language. The agreement states that it will not automatically renew, but will be looked at each year once the board approves their budget. And that is, I will change that language on the resolution. So I'm asking you to approve the agreement with them, stating that it will be looked at every year and not automatically renew, and will be based on the funding requests that they submit each year.
So move.
Second.
So it's been properly moved and second. We approve the services agreement with the recommended change from Ms. Colvin. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next item is a resolution authorizing the purchase of an ambulance for the Louisa County Department of Fire and EMS with RSAF grants and donations. Ms.
Yes.
Colvin?
Yes, the Fire and EMS Department received a RSAF grant that will fund $175,000 of an ambulance for us. I would also like to bring up the Gallaghers and the Lake Anna Foundation. They have given us $150,000 to meet the match that goes with that grant, where the county will only need to fund $5,000, and they're also received a BAMA grant for $5,000 that they're giving to us for equipment for that ambulance. So thank you so much for this.
You're welcome. It's been our pleasure.
Do you have anything? Pat, I think you're the chairman of the foundation. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
I'll just say, thank you to the, a generous community, the business partners, Tracy Clark, Chamber of Commerce. So it's been a pleasure working with the community to be able to raise over $400,000 now, and actually to write checks for $350,000 to
Nice.
the county for the purchase of the fire equipment and ambulance equipment, so.
And thanks
been
to all of
fantastic.
you for the hand that you've had in Station 8 becoming a reality.
You all have done tremendous work, and we look forward to the next time you're here with another check.
To that end, there is a fundraiser coming up
Use me.
August 17th?
August 17th. Calliope's Orchard is celebrating their 6th anniversary in business, and they're hosting a luau, and the proceeds from the luau will go towards the foundation for future use with fire and EMS.
How did your brick campaign do?
I wonder why you asked that, Barnes. Actually, he suggested that way
back, he said, you guys ought to think about selling bricks. And way back, it was Jane, myself, Brian Gilbert, Mark Smith, and Ron Skinner, so there wasn't a lot of people to take on what you said. But we did do a brick campaign, and so far it's like about $60,000 from that campaign alone.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks for the suggestion.
Mr. Barlow?
I had written down here, y'all truly need to be applauded. When you first started the fire and EMS station, I had said that all of the different communities, they each had input to their fire and EMS station, and that you all needed skin in the game. You have definitely done that, and to put up $150,000, the foundation for the Lake Emergency Services, and then on top of that, another $5,000. Y'all have really stepped up and done a great job.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And to that end, you were one of the ones that said, when we first came up with $100,000, your comment during that meeting, I remember it
Don't
was.
stop there.
Don't stop there, yeah. Keep
Exactly
going.
what it was. Don't stop
The
there.
community has not stopped.
Yeah, so the
Yeah.
community has not. So that's
Great.
been awesome.
Well, thank you all very much. Thank you to the Lake Anna community that supports this, the foundation, the businesses. And I'm going from memory, but I believe that the first month that the station was open, in the month of June, the station ran, if I remember right, it was 81 calls. And, that's literally impacting and saving people's lives. So, not only thank you, but thank you to our volunteers, to our career staff, to the people that are staffing that station right now. And we're very appreciative. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I need an approval to supplement the budget.
So moved.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is our committee reports. Do we have any committee reports?
Briefly, Mr. Chairman, I know we got a slate of business to take care of. You all have heard me for years talk about affordable housing. And going to the National Conference for Elected Officials is not just a Louisa problem. That was probably the most attended meeting at that conference was affordable housing. And I'll get in more detail with the board, but one of the things that a lot of localities are starting to do now, because of COVID, a lot more people start working in the office and working at home, not in the office. And a lot of those buildings in the next couple of years, you're going to see vacant because they're not going to go back. Corporations are not going to go back in those offices working. So a lot of localities are taking those buildings and making affordable homes, apartments, things of that nature to get use of it. But I'll be talking to you all more and more about that conference. But affordable housing is not just a problem in Central Virginia, it's a national problem.
Any other committee reports? All right. Do we have any board appointments tonight?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to appoint Charles Rossin to the Ag and Forestry Committee.
Any other appointments?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Yep.
One comment, we need to check on the vacancy status on that committee. That's certainly fine. Can we just have that pending a vacancy check?
Yeah, I think we have
versus-
2 vacancies, do we not?
I thought we did as well, but there was some disagreement between
No?
rosters yesterday. So, yeah.
Oh, there aren't any?
Yeah.
Well, he's the extension agent. I'd move we add a spot for him. How about that?
Second.
There we go.
We do we want to do.
Any
One-
other
one more to
discussion?
Get to it.
All those in favor of not only appointing Mr. Rossin, but making it a Rossin seat, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Any other board appointments? County Administrator's report.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, just a few items to bring to your attention. Sorry, I lost my notes. The first thing I'd like to go over with you is a request that we've gotten from Orange County Administrator Ted Voorhees. I got this on Friday afternoon. Basically, LAC obviously is the joint administrative authority that oversees matters of mutual interest between Orange, Spotsylvania, and Louisa counties as they pertain to Lake Anna. Right now, LAC's quorum requirements state that they have to have at least 5 out of 9 people there, that being a simple majority, but that you have to have at least one representative from each county there. Orange has expressed some interest in having a lesser role on LAC and would like to accomplish that by reducing the quorum requirements to simply not require a member from Orange County there. So that would require a bylaw change with LAC. It would require the concurrence of all three of the counties who sent an identical request to Spotsylvania County as well. So I encourage you all to consider that. That would need to come before you all. If you have good contacts in Orange, I would encourage you to reach out to them. A very significant amount of Lake Anna's watershed lies in Orange County, even though a small amount of the shoreline does. And so I think Orange has a vested interest in the health of the lake and the lake's ongoing use. So I encourage you all to think about that and talk with Orange about that as you see fit.
Before you go any further, I want to make a comment about that. And you made part of it. On the contrary, I think Orange needs to play a bigger role in LAC. You know, we're constantly, now for the 5th year in a row, facing an HAB outbreak. We're under a swim advisory, a no swim advisory. There's no doubt that Louisa probably benefits more economically from the lake than Orange does. But I've seen maps that show that upwards of 75% of the watershed and the drainage comes from Orange County. And I'm not placing the blame on anybody or any particular group of people, but we do know that that HAB problem is caused by higher concentrations of phosphorus and nitrate. And I personally, I've been this board's liaison to LAC, I think, for 3 years. I personally will vote against it because it's a community effort. It's a group effort. It is the sticker that Ms. Hart gave us and they had shows the heart of Louisa. Well, the economic engine from a commercial standpoint in Louisa is around that lake. A lot of money comes into this county from around that lake, and the health of that lake is important to the economy of Louisa County. And so I'll reach out to their board member. Unfortunately, Mr. White, who is a very fine gentleman, is leaving the board at the end of, actually, I think the entire board turns over except for one. So they're going to have a whole new board. So I think I certainly oppose it, and I think probably January would be a much better time to have this discussion when they have 4 new members on their 5-member board.
Very well. Just a couple other quick notes if no one else has any questions on that. Included on page 86 is the monthly broadband report for the VATI grant. Bear in mind those percentages are lower in that report than they are for Louisa County as a whole because that report is for all the counties in the region. So progress is moving along a bit more quickly here in Louisa than I think it is for the entire region impacted by the grant, moving at a varying base, on a varying basis for the counties that are in the grant. And then lastly, starting on page 90, several pages from Thomas Jefferson Planning District detailing their efforts on behalf of the region and for the county specifically. Their local and regional support obviously includes legislative services and things like the Safe Streets for All program, which will result in funding for Louisa County. Obviously, we're getting ready to crank up the legislative season for the General Assembly season, which is upcoming. That concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Barnes.
Briefly, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I think the time is probably due again to bring in Rappahannock and Dominion to kind of see where their status is on fiber. I'm gonna give a disclaimer. I think all of my constituents got Firefly. Okay, so don't be beating me up.
I think hardly
But I think
anyone
most,
had it.
if you're Central Virginia, if you're in Central Virginia, you're probably in good shape. But I'm worried about the Rappahannock customers, the Dominion customers. I just want to see where they are. Doc said not all of my constituents, the Central Virginia one, but I think we need to bring them for another update. So, because people are always asking me when I'm going to get it, So I think we need to do another update.
I'll be glad to get that on the calendar for you, sir.
I'll agree with you on that. I recently overheard a conversation of some Rappahannock customers heatedly discussing where we're at, and I think we do.
I'm one of them.
Huh?
I'm one of them.
You're one. I know
Yeah,
you
I don't
are.
have mine
Actually,
yet.
you are. I know.
Well, I'll repeat what I say every time we bring this up. I'm not concerned about when I get fiber, but I'm really concerned about when my neighbor gets it, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Are you done, Mr. Goodwin?
Yes, sir.
If I can ask the board's indulgence for just 30 seconds. Chief, could you take the podium, please? The other day, I had an unfortunate event and it sliced my head wide open. I had to call the rescue squad, and they came to the house, and I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Chief Hawk publicly with this many people here. Not only was your staff amazingly professional, courteous, knowledgeable, which I expected, but I was also very gratified that there were so many young people that were working that crew, which means we're doing an excellent job in our outreach efforts to retain and get the services. This particular group all went through Louisa County Public Schools. I know because my wife said she had them. So I just wanted to thank you publicly for your efforts in that regard, and I think that Louisa should feel good about where fire and EMS is heading. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate the compliment and glad you're doing well.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you all do every single day. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, any other comments or questions? We'll move on to our public hearings. First public hearing is a resolution to approve or deny a rezoning application, rezoning 2023-02 Thomas and Mary Johnson applicants owners. Mr. Gillespie.
Had to come out the back cave, then.
I did. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. That's not that one. Before you is the rezoning request of parcel 4022C, currently zoned general commercial C2, request made by Thomas and Mary Johnson. This parcel is located about a quarter-mile west of the town of Louisa on the south side of Route 22. You can see it illustrated with the red boundary here and kind of the different colors of the zoning district shown. The property is planned for mixed use in the Louisa growth area. While the property is currently zoned general commercial C2, the uses of the surrounding property and its character is primarily rural. Industrial zone properties on the north side of Route 22, you can see in the brown colors, are undeveloped and vacant, and the general commercial property adjoining the subject property, which is to the northeast and to the east, doesn't currently have a commercial operation. Vaughters.
Is that part of parcel 240 there, sir?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you.
Vaughters Store, Mini Storage LLC, a major commercial operation, is located just a little to the west. You can see on the left the Louisa growth area, the subject property in the pink. Get a little hard to see at the parcel level here, but town of Louisa mostly in the yellow and the gold, and then looking to the left, the pink areas for mixed use, going to low-density residential, and then the agricultural or rural uses outside of the growth area. See the subject property with the aerial photograph on the east, on the right-hand side. As you can see to the east, it's kind of open, but otherwise in this area, fairly wooded. The property currently is vacant and wooded, as said in the summary table. And the mini storage, you can see a couple parcels down to the west. The owner intends to develop a family subdivision and new homes, although the intended family subdivision of the subject property would limit the area's commercial inventory and what is intended to be the future mixed-use part of the Louisa growth area. The proposed rezoning does align with the current character of adjacent residential and agricultural properties. The subject properties, along with several other adjacent properties, were zoned industrial in the original 1969 zoning. You can see that map on the left. The subject properties were rezoned from industrial to agricultural zoning in 1989, and you can see the map, the zoning map used in the report at that time. In 2007, the Board of Supervisors adopted a mass rezoning of 91 properties around the subject property from industrial to various agricultural and commercial zoning districts with the pattern we have now. The mass rezoning did not include the subject property. In 2007, the board addressed the parcels that were not included in the mass rezoning of properties zoned industrial, and at that time, separate action, the subject properties were rezoned, the subject properties being the property in question, to commercial. This slide should say Staff and Planning Commission recommendation. The staff and the Planning Commission are of the opinion that the rezoning that is proposed is in conformance with the Louisa County 2040 comp plan because it creates a more cohesive community consistent with the current and long-standing character. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of the subject property from Commercial General C2 to Agricultural A2. And the applicants are here this evening to make their case as well.
Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Gillespie? Does the applicant wish to speak?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, board members, this property that he just spoke of, been in my
Sure,
family.
sure. Just
There you
identify yourself for the
I'm
record.
sorry,
yeah.
I'm Thomas K. Johnson, Sr. This property has been in my family since at least the late 1800s. So I can only imagine how they acquired that, if you understand. So my son and my daughter both will build houses on this property, both of them. So I'm going to give it to them to do that. And I've held on to this property since my parents and their parents. So it's been in this county for a real long time, extremely long time. So this would be a way to keep it in the county and somebody who is going to stay in the county. I appreciate you guys.
Yes, sir. Does anybody have any questions, Mr. Johnson? Thank you, sir. So I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on this public hearing? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to recommend that we approve the applicant's application.
Second.
Been properly moved and second that we approve this rezoning application. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. Next up is an application to approve or deny rezoning application REZ 2023-03, the Fluvanna Louisa Housing Foundation applicants and owner. Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a reminder, on your agenda, you have 3 resolutions in front of you. There are actually 3 applications made. One is for a rezoning from industrial to residential. One is for a conditional use permit that would allow for multifamily use on the residential property. And then the last is for a special exception that would allow different materials than otherwise allowed in the growth area. So just a reminder.
We're hearing these individually, correct?
Yes, sir. You're, as a matter of protocol, you will
Yes.
hear them individually.
Okay.
That is correct.
And we'll vote on them individually, one at a time concurrently. Is that right, sir?
Well, we have a public hearing on each one, so we'll have to open and close public
Yes,
hearing.
but we'll vote on one, then we'll vote on 2, then we'll vote on 3.
Yes.
That is
We're not
correct.
voting on them together. Okay, very
That's
good.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Relating to the rezoning, this over here. The applicant and owner is the Fluvanna Louisa Housing Foundation. It's for a 8.322 acre parcel. The parcel number is 42-4C, and the application is to be rezoned from industrial growth area overlay district to residential general R2 growth area overlay district. In addition to what I mentioned, their application includes separate requests for a conditional use permit for multifamily dwellings. The applicant also plans to install utility easements, stormwater management areas, and access points on the adjacent parcel 42-4D, where the Resource Council currently operates or has both the community closet and leases to the offices for the Fluvanna Louisa Housing Foundation. So they join the application in this. Additionally, the applicant is applying for the special exception as I described above. Property is located in the northeast quadrant of Chalk Level Road and Resource Lane, which is also adjoining the railroad tracks. So again, as you can see, the subject properties are outlined in red as you look at the map on the screen. The property is located in the Mineral District, and they are designated for industrial in the Comprehensive Plan's future land use map. And I'll speak to that in a moment. Also in the summary table, just a Kind of a quick description, the property is mostly wooded and vacant. If you drive down Chalk Level Road, or if you go through Chalk Level Road today, you'll see some pastures mostly on the left side of the road, and you'll see some woods and some houses, and then going into the Resource Council properties off Resource Lane on the right-hand side. And there have been some previous land use cases, and we can get into that history if you would like to. It is described in your report, and those are the existing land use permits, REZ 2005, 12, and 21, proffer amendments. This is the conceptual master plan for the Cook Industrial Business Park. Property was originally zoned agricultural, and in 2006, the Board of Supervisors voted to approve a request for a rezoning, including conditions for approximately 799 acres from agricultural to industrial IND for multiple parcels that included 4C. And as you look at this conceptual plan in the bottom left corner with the red oval around it, that's a very small little piece of this much larger concept. The mass rezoning of the multiple properties was for the creation of the industrial park. Subsequent cases addressed proffer amendments and did not affect the subject property. The proposed project is centrally located between the town of Louisa and the town of Mineral. The Louisa County Resource Council, which can provide services and support to residents in need, adjoins the subject parcel. As we look at the concept plan for attached to the rezone, and which we'll go over again in the CUP, this pretty clearly identifies where the uses are. So as we look to the area with the dash boundary around it, that's the project parcel, and the adjoining property that has the community closet and the Flavanna Louisa Housing Foundation offices is just to the right. And across the street, you can see the kind of the campus of the Resource Council. The proposed project's proximity to the high school, middle school, library, and 2 fire stations is ideal for the residents of the proposed project starting careers in those fields. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. The 2040 Comprehensive Plan acknowledges that affordable land and available jobs in the county are important to ensure that residents can work close to home. The plan goes further in the implementation options section to say, in addition, other county ordinances and policies need a review in order to allow for implementation of the plan. And specifically, it goes on to list workforce housing as one of those implementation items. So just a quick project description. Oops. The site is located, as I said, in the corner of Chalk Level Road at the railroad, but also adjoining Resource Lane. The plan is to access the property from the existing driveway off Resource Lane that serves the offices of the Flavanna Louisa Housing Foundation and the community closet store on the property of the Resource Council. The plan is for 2 building types. Type 1 has 4 one-bedroom units in each structure. It's intended for single, elderly, and/or disabled persons. The Type 2 building has 2 bedrooms, each building to house a small household, intended for younger persons in the workforce, for example, teachers, firefighters, law enforcement officers, particularly those just beginning careers and without families. The building types are distributed as showed on the plan and would be developed in phases. The applicant can speak to the phasing intended. Again, the rezoning would be for a residential district, and the CUP talks about the specifics of the plan. The goal of the rezoning and the attached CUP is for a multi-generational community. In addition to the shared access with the Resource Council property, the planned development would extend new water and sewer infrastructure to the properties off Resource Lane with a grant-funded project to go into the railroad. This would enhance and improve the development potential of the Resource Lane properties. The planned development also includes a new engineered stormwater pond, which can be seen in kind of the lower right portion of the site development area, and it goes over into the adjoining parcel to accommodate this and other property on Resource Lane. A neighborhood meeting was held in this room in June. No citizens near the subject properties attended. There were some folks representing the Resource Council as well that attended. Planning Commission met on this in July. At that time, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the rezoning with the conditions in the staff report. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of the rezoning as presented with the 9 conditions in the staff report. Planning Commission does not consider special exceptions when we get there. No recommendation from them on that case. That concludes our remarks. I'm going to be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Gillespie, Mr. Purcell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear you correctly when you said that they're plan to run the water line underneath the railroad.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Have there been any discussions by Louisa Fluvanna Housing Foundation, preliminary discussions with the railroad about costs associated with that? I've had dealings with the railroad, and sometimes it's okay and sometimes it's not.
Right. I'm not the best person to answer that question. I can tell you that their engineers have given a preliminary estimate of work, and I
Okay.
know that they have reached out to the railroad to begin the process. I can also say that the railroad is under different ownership now, although the management and operation is still by CSX. It's owned by the state of Virginia Commonwealth. So hopefully that makes some things easier. But at the end of the day, the railroad has the right of way, and they will have things go through the process that they require. I understand that the applicant has made provisions for going through that process, which takes both time and money. And so again, they would be better able to answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You know, just to follow that up, one of the big holdups with this fiber rollout across Virginia has been getting that fiber through the railroad right-of-ways.
Yep.
It was such a big issue that the General Assembly passed a bill that required them to allow the fiber to go under. The governor signed it, and immediately the railroad companies appealed the bill to the court system. So that's just something, I had the same concern. That's just something I think that probably the applicant, maybe I should have waited till the applicant's up here. But dealing with right-of-ways with VDOT or with individual people and dealing with right-of-ways with the railroad are night and day difference. So that's just, I mean, that's just something for, I guess, you to be aware of and for the applicant to be aware of.
Correct.
So they're difficult to deal with.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else have any questions, Mr. Gillespie? I assume the applicant's here.
Yes, sir. The applicant is here, represented by Kim Highland from the foundation.
Kim? I knew you were here, but the podium was blocking you and I couldn't see you.
I was hiding from it.
Tiny.
Good evening. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors and staff for having us. I'm Kim Highland, the director of the Fluvanna Louisa Housing Foundation. And we are very excited to go through what we hope will be the final stages of this. To address your concerns first with the railroad, yes, it's a major concern. We have reached out already. CSX does have, even though it's under state control, CSX retains rights over the use of it. The application process is not overly daunting. It's very specific. I'm in the final stages of filling out all of the paperwork. Ms. Phillips has been generous with offering some contacts at the railroad that we hope will facilitate passing the water and sewer under the railroad. So we do know this could be a major stumbling block and cause some delays for us, but we're just going to keep plowing through it as best we can and find a solution for it. This is geared up for, I don't want to press the wrong one, right? Okay. We do have you guys are very familiar with it, but for those who are not as familiar with the Housing Foundation, we do have over a 30-year history in both of the counties. We mostly do major home repairs, handicapped access ramps, and of course, first-time home buyers. We currently have 28 rental units and financial education. Just to kind of give you guys a real quick, we have been doing as much as we possibly can in the community the past couple of years. We have dramatically increased our impact and our capacity. So I love showing this, a little stair step. We've doubled what we've been able to do just in the repairs for the past 3 years. But as you all know, many of these homes are beyond repair. So we need some alternatives that would give more people housing that is safe, particularly when they don't have any other options. And we have increased the amount of grants. You can see this, it's a massive stair step. This past fiscal year we just finished, $281,000 in grants. This is just for the repairs. So this doesn't include what we're going to be able to access in order to create more housing. This just demonstrates how many of the folks that we're helping in the repairs, they're elderly. It really falls in line with the demographics of our county. 21% of our population, it's increasing. It's are 65 and older. You guys are familiar with what Mr. Gillespie just showed you is the location. I'm going to go through a little bit faster and We're gonna do this in phases, and I'm gonna walk through it. 8 one-bedrooms, 9 two-bedrooms, and 8 more one-bedroom units. This is the drive for access. This is per VDOT's recommendations that we not come off of chalk level, and we use the same access from Resource Lane. And it will be a shared expanded drive to enter. These will be the first 8 one-bedroom units. And to be a little bit more exact, they will be more of a duplex situation, so there will be 8 in there, but there will be just one adjoining wall for 2 units, and then another 2 units, so it'll form a rectangle. This is the basic layout of the one-bedroom units. It's gonna be about 600 square feet. Typically, it's very, very comfortable for one person, a little tight for 2 people, but we've had great success with our Evergreen Place units, and we always have a waiting list there. The people have been very happy with the layout of it, gives them autonomy, their own space. It's a very comfortable, well-built facility, and we're going to follow that very successful model. There's currently really no rental units available that are, and certainly none that are affordable. Our average household size in the county is 2.5 people. And most of our market rate houses are built 3 and 4 bedrooms. So the people who do want to stay in the community, want to downsize, don't really have any viable options. So I think that's feeding into what does homelessness look like in our county. Sometimes people actually have a house, it's not truly homelessness, but they just don't have another option. We're also looking at potentially rehabbing units. So for people who are interested in downsizing and moving into one of our units, we have the capacity to perhaps purchase their lot, demo the house, or rehab it and put a family in it and set them up to become first-time home buyers as well. So kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The next 9 units will be the 2-bedroom units that we will have specifically for what we're calling essential workers. So we all know the people that serve in our community who can't find housing here. It's not huge housing. It's right size for the people in our community who are just starting out or have a very small family. This is a mock-up of what we're hoping it will look like. It'll be very similar to this, perhaps not exactly, and it may be, have a ramp capacity for people who are disabled as well. But a nice, nice, comfortable, individual household unit. Again, really the same demographics, right, that are serving here. No rental units available, 2.5 people, average household size, and a lack of 2-bedroom homes that are available. And an 85% owner occupancy rate in this county means that there are very few rentals. Most people own their home. And the last 8 units, as outlined here, are similar to the first 8. Let me back up again. Just, things are constantly moving with this. I met with the master gardeners this morning. They're very excited to get involved in that. I think this will really engage a lot of different community members. We want to have walking trails throughout, perhaps educational opportunities involving the CTE program, teaching people about native flora and fauna, planting them in a landscape aspect. We also have some wetlands that we can do. And immediately one of the ladies said, I do all the water plants. So they're very excited. And they said, can we maybe have a vegetable garden? I think that would be great. Getting the older people out, keeping them active, and educating the public as well. We are looking at a minimal impact to our school system. So 16 of the units will be for seniors. So there will not be children present. Anybody who is on the lease are the only people who are allowed to be in that particular housing unit. So we're not worried about having additional grandchildren or more people coming into that 1-bedroom household. We deal with this regularly with our rental units. We're very strict about it. If somebody is not on the lease, they're not to be living in the unit. We are looking at broad community participation, as I mentioned, CTE program. We've been working with different businesses that are interested in being involved. We are going to be hosting a luncheon coming up to kind of broadcast to the community what the plan is for this and how they can be engaged in it, and soliciting in-kind donations and community participation. heavily too. I think this really helps with blight reduction throughout our community. This was a mock-up for the hose lay for fire and safety. So, just to let you guys know that we're considering all the different safety aspects that are involved. There is sufficient hose lay, 150-foot access all the way around. We will also have some fire lanes from resource lane and perhaps from truck level. If we ever needed it in an emergency, those could be tied into the walking paths. We have spoken to VDOT, fire and EMT, the water authority, building inspector. We've tried to get as much input from the community as possible in all of the different aspects to make this as safe and enjoyable as a community as possible, and get their input on what can make it better. This is the median income. So what we're mostly serving, it's the 60% in one person for the one unit is people making less than $36,000. And honestly, it's really people who are below 30% AMI who are the ones we chiefly serve. So we're talking truly low income. We have a little more broader range when it comes to the 2-bedroom units, where we can go up to 80% AMI. So for 1 or 2 people making $55,000 or below would qualify for these particular units. We are talking to some different builders. As a modular home builder that's listed a property in the lake for $850,000. So the quality that we are discussing is going to be the highest quality that we can possibly attain and still make it affordable. But we are asking for a conditional, is it under the CUP, for the that we don't have to have just stone, stucco, and brick. Oh, that's a special exception. Thank you. That we can use hardy board and we can use vinyl siding that would be pleasing to the county.
Kim,
Yeah.
can you go back a picture?
Sure.
Forward a picture? No? Yes. What does that have to do with your project? You lost me on that one. I'm sorry.
Oh, so it's the company that we're talking to about modular homes. What we're talking about is expediency. So getting some of our first units in with a modular home would
Okay.
allow 2x6 construction. This is one of the companies.
But it's
that
not
we're
going to cost $849,000 for
No,
affordable housing. I just wanted to be clear.
No. We're trying to make it come in about $80,000 per unit, and then that would not include HVAC or foundation
Okay.
or porches.
All right, I'm sorry. I just wasn't paying attention, maybe close enough. something
No,
like
sorry, I
that.
went through that kind of fast. So I just wanted to give an example that they do higher-end homes, and this would be the exact same type of construction in one of the same companies that we're discussing.
I understand now. Thank you.
You're welcome. But I'm glad to take any other questions.
Anyone have any questions for Ms. Hannah? No? Are you finished or you keep going?
I think I'm good. I'm ready to answer any questions that you have.
See, I only have one. It's not even a question. It's
I
just,
can answer it first.
Go ahead.
It's for Louisa County residents.
Good. That was it. I mean,
Hold on. Does that mean if you move here, like next month, that qualifies as your residence, or you already have to be here?
So we're gonna have a waterfall priority, and that's.
What's
so
that mean?
If you moved here a month ago, you're probably gonna be pretty far down on that list. You're gonna have to go through people who are in need first, who have been living here, who meet the income criteria.
People who are in need and who have been living here, not or?
Yes,
And, not or. Okay.
And, yes.
And-
We do this, we don't even cross between Fluvanna and Louisa. When we build something in Fluvanna, it's for Fluvanna residents. When we build something in Louisa, it's for Louisa residents.
Okay.
and you did answer it, but I just want to say it on the record again. I understand the affordable housing crisis we have, especially with the elderly, especially with people who are disabled, and I'm supportive. But I'm supportive of helping Louisa County residents. I have no interest in building a community like this and people from Charlottesville and Spotsylvania and somewhere else moving here because we're not taking care of our own.
Right.
And, I have said that, and I know you know that, but we're getting ready to vote now, and we've been talking about it for 2 years, so I just wanted to say it one more time.
Right, and I appreciate that. Now, we have needs here in this community, And the Richmond Times-Dispatch called me about it. And I really emphasized to them that we could not do this without the combined efforts of Louisa County and the Housing Foundation. And I said, we have a really special situation here where this county has been very supportive. Everyone in here has been extremely supportive of helping this project get off the ground and covering all of our different bases. There's a lot of different moving parts to get a project like this going. We understand that we serve Louisa County. We don't serve Charlottesville or any other areas. Everybody has their problems. We have our own, and we do have a priority to take care of Louisa people.
100%. Yes, sir.
I'm a little different than those two guys. And what I'm saying is, I was with a young man Sunday who's a firefighter in another county. He can't live in that county. So I don't want to have teachers or police officers that can't live here.
Right.
So you may come here and teach here, but you want to stay here in this county too. So I think they're Louisa County residents. I mean,
Well, that would be the 9 homes.
Yeah, but you have two, you have two different, and that's the point.
But I didn't want people
Yes.
to leave out here tonight thinking that if you got a job here teaching or police officers or whatever, that you couldn't find.
If they're serving this community, they're really a resident, right? They just can't find housing yet, and that will be a serious consideration.
Thank you.
Yes, you're
We're
very
actually not that much different. I agree with that.
No,
too.
I think we're all on
But
the
you
same
understand the overriding concern that we invest in something. Most of this is grant money or federal money, but it's invested in the county, and it doesn't serve the needy people of Louisa County. It serves somebody else, and I have no interest in that.
No, and I'll still get the calls. I'll still have people showing up on our doorstep who live in Louisa County and want help, and we're going to say, no, we gave it to somebody else who doesn't live here. That doesn't help our foundation out either.
I don't want to be a dead horse, and I appreciate you understanding.
I do.
I don't think it's just my concern. I think it's the board's concern.
I think it's and I think it's a valid concern.
Does anybody else have any questions?
Right.
Yes, sir.
I was looking to see where there was a buffer on this drawing.
We get rid of buffers.
No buffer. There's going to be a 60-foot buffer
I
throughout.
just found it under the site plan requirements. The project will provide a perimeter buffer of no less than 60 feet for the entire way around the project. So that answered my question.
Yes, and I'd like to keep the trees that are already there intact.
Gotcha.
We have a formed buffer there.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Mr. Running. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't see there. The podium hides a lot of people that sit there.
Mr. Chairman.
The big podium, Mr. Wright.
It's a big podium, Mr. Wright.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the board, Mr. Administrator, I'm Lloyd Runnin. I'm the Executive Director of the Louisa County Resource Council. I live at 2668 Chopping Road, Mineral, Virginia. I'm here tonight to support this as a co-applicant because at the Resource Council, we deal with folks that are vulnerable and in crisis situations. And I can tell you right now, we're in a housing really crisis situation in Louisa County. We receive between 400 and 500 calls every month dealing with a multitude of issues. And the number one call that we have received over the last 3 years has been, can you help us with housing? Now, we don't really do that. We work with Kim and them, and we do that. We support that, and we're working on that to do that. But it's a big problem. There are 0 rental units that people can have to get in this community. And it's a great community. We have a great tax base. We have a strong economic engine. We have a world-class, forward-thinking school system that really promotes everything that we do, and it is a very desirable place to be, and people want to stay here or they want to live here. I'm really excited about this project and the fact that it's going to help teachers, firefighters, and police officers who are all very near and dear to my heart, and I think that's awesome, as well as our elderly. So thank you for your consideration and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Running. Yes, ma'am. Is there any other questions for Ms. Highland or Mr. Running? All right, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. I do have one card. Ms. Hart, where'd she go? I have your card that you wanted to speak during this.
Vicky Hart, Louisa District. I just have two concerns. One, when I read it, and I understand you're splitting this by three, so I'm a little confused over which part goes to what.
It's okay.
One is the second parcel that's gonna have the stormwater facility on it. Does that mean the county's gonna be responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of that, since it is not part of the housing part? And the second question I have is limiting the population to the senior citizens, disabled. I am one of those, so I really don't have an issue with that part, but I do, in a sense that we have so many homeless people in this county. What are we doing for them? We're limiting it to senior citizens, this many, workers, this many, and nothing to the homeless. That's my concern. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not a response. It's not a
Want me to
response.
answer?
No. So I don't have any other cards to speak on this public hearing. Is there anyone else in attendance that would wish to speak on this particular public hearing? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded that we approve this rezoning application. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next is the second of three of these, is a resolution to approve or deny the conditional use permit for the Ravenna Louisa Housing Foundation. Mr. Gillespie?
Mr. Chair, I will, excuse me.
This should be pretty quick, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the statement is pretty quick, and it is, you have 9 conditions in your staff report. They do detail some of the residency conditions that are placed on the property, or that would be proposed to be placed on the property. These were negotiated. I hope they're pretty understandable. I don't have them on the screen here. They're in your report, but I'm happy to answer any questions about them or to go through them if you would like me to.
Anybody have any questions of Mr. Gillespie?
Recommendation from the commission and the staff is for approval of the CUP with the 9 conditions included in the staff report.
Okay. Ms. Hannon, I always give the applicant an opportunity to speak if they wish to address the board, but I think most of the things that you addressed probably, but you certainly have the opportunity if you want.
If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Any questions? All right, so I'll open the public hearing on this particular resolution, which is to approve or deny the conditional use permit. I have no cards. Is there anyone here that would wish to
No, I don't
speak
think- hold
on the
Let's-
conditional
let's
use
just-
permit?
Did we just do that one?
No, that's the only one. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
So move.
Second.
Yep.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve this conditional use permit. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Gillespie, you, now it's a resolution to approve or to deny the special exception.
Yes, sir, thank you. And just to note, the special exception application has 2 parts. And although it is the applicant's intent to keep the 60-foot perimeter buffer with the existing trees, they have proposed to remove that requirement for a buffer, which would allow them some site flexibility as they do their final engineering. That's the first part. Staff analyzed the buffer modification request, as is included in your report, and found that we are in an area with limited visibility, that the mitigation would occur by the applicant's intent and proposal to work with the Master Gardeners Club to identify native plantings that could be used if existing vegetation was removed. Due to this and the overall plan that has already been approved by the CUP, just approved, staff recommends approval of that component of the special exception. The Planning Commission has a recommendation. As I said, it comes only to the board. On the architectural guidelines modification, I will just read from the report. Due to the preliminary nature of the project, which is the first time this is being done, and the limited funding available for project implementation, this is the applicant's word, they request the ability to use cement board siding and vinyl siding for the residences. The materials are common for residential use. Staff recognizes that and recommends to the board that you allow the use of the requested materials due to the existing and planned mature vegetation or the intent to reestablish vegetation if vegetation is removed. recommendation made to you to approve the second part of the special exception application.
Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Gillespie? Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Hyland on this? CUP?
Exception.
All right, we'll open, or no, I'm sorry, special exception. I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on this special exception? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
So move.
Rachel.
Yes.
Second?
Yes, I'm seconding it.
All right, properly moved.
Sorry.
All the rest of them.
Properly moved, yeah,
Why
we
not?
can't break the, properly moved and second, we approve the special exception. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Well, that is about the culmination of years and years and years and years of work. So,
Yes.
thank you all very much.
Good luck with your project.
Thank you. It's exciting to see it come to fruition.
All right, the next public hearing is a resolution authorizing the sale of surplus property located in the Louisa District to Region 10. I believe that is Mr. Goodwin.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board and members of the public. The county owns a parcel adjacent to the parcel we sit on right now, just off McDonald Street, specifically identified in your board packet. On page number 326 is tax map parcel 40A2-10C. That parcel is currently 1.6 acres. It includes a triangle of .097 acres that ties into the adjacent parcel to the west. Region 10 contemplates building an expanded facility there to serve their needs and has expressed interest over the past few months to purchase that .097 acre triangle on the west side of our existing parcel from the county to allow them the footprint necessary that they would need for their building and their parking. I've talked about this at several board meetings this year. Region 10 has included an offer. It's around $5,000, which lines up, I believe it's $5,000. Struggling for the page. It does line up with the proportional value of that small footprint of land. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, but the public hearing tonight is required by state law anytime the county divests itself of property.
Is the applicant here tonight?
There isn't an applicant per se. There's just a public hearing that's required by state law.
But
anytime
we're
we-
selling it to Region 10.
To Region
right?
10,
So
yes,
is
sir.
Region 10 represented here
No.
tonight?
No.
Has Region 10 indicated that this new facility will any way negatively impact Friendly Oaks, which is their facility in Mineral, which they tried to close 5 years ago?
I knew that was coming.
In full disclosure, Mr. Chairman, I have not asked them that question directly. I
You wanna table
also,
this
however,
next
Mr.
month?
However, Mr. Chairman, I do feel strongly that the message was communicated strongly to Region 10.
I feel like it was too. I'm reiterating that message here tonight, that
My goodness.
Should this be
don't close
approved?
the facility in Mineral.
Very well. I will be happy to communicate that again.
I will be too. Is there any questions for Mr. Goodwin? Is there, now open a public hearing, is there anyone here that wishes to speak on this resolution? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Bring it
So
back to
moved,
board.
Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, been properly moved and seconded that we approve this resolution. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. That leaves us with the last public hearing, which is why all of you are here. It's also 7:40, so we've been here for an hour and 40 minutes, and this is probably going to take us a little bit of time. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess before we start this public hearing.
Ain't sweating this time.
One more time.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. The last public hearing of the evening is an ordinance amending Louisa County Code Section 14.4.1, Animals Running at Large Enforcement. We're going to have Mr. Williams and I think Ms. Phillips both will do the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Want to give everybody a second to get back in here so we can give this presentation here and talk about some things that's coming up for consideration tonight. I see a few more working their way in. I'm going to give them just one more minute. You, Mr. King. Anybody else? Mr. Sharp's still in the hallway. Mr. Sharp, you coming in? Good. Anybody else in the hallway out there pertaining to this want to hear? Maybe not. Thank you. This has been going on for quite some time. I'm going to give you a little history and a little background. We referred this to the Ag and Forestal Committee. I think it was back in February, and they forwarded it to the Planning Commission. It's been sitting in the Planning Commission for going on 6 months now without action. I gave a little background on what some of the problems in the stories are, and I'd like to expound upon what we have. I would ask that, Scott, would you put the new draft up there? Is that it? Okay. And you'll scroll down at the time when I get there? Okay. So I'm going to take a second. I'm going to read this. We have the first ordinance that got advertised came out. I didn't think it was reasonable. I didn't think it had good language in it. So we've got a new proposal. I'm going to take a minute. We're going to read it, and then I'm going to discuss it for a little bit. LDR 2023-03 proposed emergency ordinance added to Chapter 14. Animals to add Article 5, Livestock and Poultry, Article 14-80, Livestock and Poultry not to be off owner's premises enforcement. The purpose of the proposed ordinance is to address situations where people in Louisa County are not properly controlling their livestock and poultry or fowl. Sections 14-74- through 14-79 reserved, Article 5, Livestock and Poultry. Section 14-80, Livestock and Poultry not to be off the owner's premises enforcement. This first A is very important. It shall be unlawful for any livestock or poultry in this county to be allowed by the owner to run at large intentionally and willfully beyond the lawful fence as described in Section 14.2. For the purpose of this section, livestock or poultry shall be deemed to be running at large while roaming or running off the property of its owner or custodian and not under its owner or custodian's immediate control. C, a violation under this section shall result in a $250 fine. I would propose a couple of changes. That's $250 per violation, not to exceed $2,000. Be placed there. D, each animal unlawfully running at large shall constitute a separate violation. E, animals running at large pursuant to this section may be impounded in accordance with any other applicable law. F, a violation of this section will result in a court summons pursuant to Louisa County Code Section 14-51 for an unlawful act that constitutes a Class 4 misdemeanor. State Law Reference Code of Virginia 3.2-6544B, 3.2-6587-9, and 15.2-1427F, included for reference only. Existing definition of the Louisa County Code 14.2, livestock means and includes all domestic or domesticated bovine animals, equine animals, ovine animals, porcine animals, cervidae animals, Capridae animals, animals of the genus Llama, ratites, fish, or shellfish. So if your shellfish get out, we're going to have problems. In aquaculture facilities as defined in the Code of Virginia 3.2-2600, enclosed domesticated rabbits or hares raised for human food or fiber, or any other animals specifically raised for food or fiber, exception companion animals. Poultry or fowl means it includes any domestic fowl and game birds raised in captivity. We also must go over to 14.3 in the code, which is already in place. I'm going to read what 14.3 says. 14.3 currently says that the Board of Supervisors hereby declares the boundary line of each lot and tract of land in the county to be a lawful fence as to any and all animals mentioned in the Code of Virginia 55-306. That's what it currently says. We're going to modify it to say the Board of Supervisors hereby declares the boundary line of each lot and tract of land in the county to be a lawful fence as to any and all livestock, poultry, and fowl as defined in section 14.2. And there's some state law reference codes in there as well. So I wanted to start tonight by reading that to you. That's a substantial modification. I want to go back and I want to reiterate line A, and I'm going to read it one more time. It shall be, where is A on there? It's the first one down under section 14-80. It starts with it shall be unlawful. It shall be unlawful for any livestock or poultry in this county to be allowed by the owner to run at large intentionally and willfully.
Knowingly.
Beyond, does it say knowingly?
Knowingly.
Mine says willfully. So I'm going to go with willfully. We can argue willfully, knowingly. Beyond the lawful fence is described in 14.2. 14.2 describes the lawful fence as your property line or boundary or the piece of property that you rent or have control over that property line. I will speak to, there have been a lot of misinformation going around. I spoke to someone last night and he said, well, a storm's coming up and if a tree blows across my fence line and my 100 cows get out, that's a $25,000 fine. I said, no, it's not, because it's not willful and intentional. We have people in this county that are willfully and intentionally allowing their animals to roam at large. The animal control officer, Chief Ellison in the back, the Commonwealth's attorney, our attorney, we have nothing we can do. Dan, in my district, for 2 years, 10 cows roamed at large. For 2 years. Yeah. I mean, I get a text every day about some goats in the yard, and I don't really care about the goats in the yard, but the minute they get on 64 and we can't do anything but shoo them back into the yard, and we can't protect the public safety, in my mind, is a problem, because public safety is one of the core tenets of local government. So this is not a perfect ordinance. Your board is proposing tonight to enact this on an emergency basis. This will expire at 11:59 p.m. on September 5th. That's our next meeting date. And between now and then, the chairman plans to appoint at least 4 of you farmers, 2 on the sides that agree with it and 2 on the side that don't agree with it, to come and help sit down and work through this thing so we can get a perfect ordinance. We're not going to let perfect get in the way of good. There's a real problem going on. We need to address it, and the board intends to address it tonight like this, in my opinion. Maybe they don't, maybe they will, maybe they won't. It's a vote. There's 6 of us up here voting tonight. 3-3, nothing happens. 4-2, something happens. So that's where we are. Mr. Chairman, I defer. That's the presentation.
Ms. Phillips, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I'll answer any questions.
All right, does anybody have any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Phillips, am I right in assuming, or am I right in my thinking that this particular language has been run across the desk of the Assistant in the Attorney General's office in charge of these matters and has confirmed that the language is legal and of an appropriate manner to address what we've laid out here tonight?
Yes, we've had a conversation on the phone and discussed this, and I will say that her reference for this is designed for frequent flyers. We've had some issues with people that have constantly been a
I
problem.
understand. My main issue is the language that's described in the ordinance, is it proper and in legal form that we can pass that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Any other questions of Ms. Phillips?
I have a question.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you explain to me why we originally, on one of our versions, we had the exemption for land use, and now we do not have it on there?
We've had some iterations of that, that's correct. What is in the printed board package contains that. And there were reservations with respect to legal issues on that, as well as enforcement issues. And this was a better, and what we believe, alternative that was more legally enforceable, and the sheriff's office was willing to get on board with this version.
Okay.
So I have a question. So with the land use option, so is it a matter that it's not enforceable, or that it's illegal, or that we're concerned about how our animal control officers would be able to determine if someone's property was in land use? I think that's 3 questions, but
All of the above. D. Chairman Adams, all of the concerns you iterated are inherent in that original version.
so it's not a legal option for us.
I don't believe it is, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
My question not for Ms. Phillips. Am I allowed to ask Chief Ellison to come forward?
I was hoping that.
Public hearing.
I have some questions for her.
And Chief, we know who you are, but just for the record, identify yourself, so it's on.
Chief Ellison, Chief of the Animal Control Division for Louisa County Sheriff's Office.
Chief, good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Why is it, do you not have the power to capture these animals and retain them today?
Because Virginia State says it's a civil matter. It's not a criminal matter. I don't
So if I
enforce
call you
civil
30
matters.
times to come to my neighbor's stuff is on my property, all 30 times, there's nothing you can do.
I can call your neighbor and tell them to come get their property off of yours,
But that's all you can do.
and that's a courtesy.
A question?
Yes, ma'am.
So the animals getting out on 64, the animals getting out on 208, is that not a reason to seize? I mean, that could cause harm to the animals. Can we not seize those animals?
So there's a difference between seizure and impoundment defined in the code. In order to do a seizure, I have to prove cruelty or detriment to their life, health, and safety, and a seizure has to be approved by the Virginia State Veterinarian for all seizure of livestock. Nobody else can tell me I can or cannot seize livestock except for them. If I impound it because it's stray and running at large, the owner can then come to the shelter and reclaim them and be ticketed for them being at large if we have an ordinance in place.
If
But
we
as of
haven't,
right
did
now,
you,
I
did you
can't
say
even
if we
impound
have an ordinance in place?
if we have an ordinance in
Do
place.
we have an ordinance in
We do
place?
not
Thank you.
But would it not be irreparable harm to the animal if they're on the road, they're on the interstate,
if-
they're gonna get hit?
So currently, if I don't know an owner,
Okay.
I can pick the animal up off the road and keep it at the shelter and see if an owner comes forward. But if I know an owner, the owner has to come and deal with their livestock.
I guess, okay, I'm not trying to challenge you, I know you,
No.
yeah. I'm just trying to get it wrapped around my head, and I see head shaking, because I see people here trying to understand it too. So, the animals being on the interstate, is that not irreparable harm to the animal that the state veterinarian could say, hey, this has been happening to these people are just letting their animals on the road, that this is a danger to the animals, not to mention the safety of the citizens of our community? Can we not?
So we've had one call of them being on the interstate, and the state vet will not approve seizure based on one instance of them putting foot on a public roadway. That does not constitute enough for them to say,
Even though we have
seize
400
livestock
calls?
from a farmer. The state vet will not approve that.
Okay.
Because even with the 400 calls, it was just one instance of them being on the interstate. Any other time, they're on private property.
Okay.
Anybody else? Anybody? So, I mean, I understand what we're trying to do here. I do. But my concern, so what's really got us to this point is to figure out that you don't have any enforcement mechanism.
Correct.
Is 6 or 7 goats and sheep that somebody has that come to their neighbor's house every day. Lady texts us all pictures every day. They stand on her car. They eat her flowers. They stand on her front porch. They ate her windshield wiper blades, literally. She did have recourse to the courts, and I think got a judgment from the court for damages.
Mhm.
You don't have a recourse to seize the animals or impound the animals because you know who their owner is. And I know you've talked to the owner, and the owner says, well, we're fine, bring them back. But on a bigger scale, how often do we deal with this?
Not often.
With, I'm going to say it this way because this is what I believe, with real farmers. Because it looks to me like the issue that we keep hearing at that podium, and we've heard it a lot in the last 18 months. Somebody moved into me, they got 4 acres, they got 2 potbelly pigs, they got 10 chickens, they got a goat. My grandfather used to say, you know how you can tell if a goat can get through a fence? Throw water, and if the water goes through the fence, the goat will too. And so that's a thank you, Charles. That's a different, and so I'm looking at Charles. So that's a different issue in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
That Mr. Rawson back there has, God knows, 1,000 head of cattle or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if Mr. Rawson's cattle get in the road, and I understand what this proposed resolution says, but if Mr. Rawson's cattle get in the road, he's got, depending on which one it is, $40,000, $50,000, $100,000 standing in the road. I'm pretty sure he's going to go get in his truck and go get it, and he's going to take it and put it back on his farm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the people that have this farmette that think it's, Green Acres or something that are causing the problem.
Yes.
And I know we're going out of our way here and trying to protect, and I don't doubt anybody in this building or involved in this decision of protecting our farmers. This is not aimed at our farmers. The problem is you can't, as Ms. Phillips said, the land use exemption, probably eliminated everybody sitting in this room.
Mm-hmm.
It's illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's common sense doesn't mean it's legal, I guess. So I say that because we're going to open a public hearing. But I did want to hear you say we don't have that big of an issue with our farmers.
No, typically speaking, our large farmers that have been here and established for years and years and years, Mr. Williams, if a tree comes down on his fence and I get a call because his cows are out, and I call him and I say, hey, cows are out, he's there before I am getting them back in. We walk the fence line together, he finds the problem, he fixes the problem, and then I typically don't get another call until the next storm we had yesterday. I knew when I came on duty today, I was probably gonna be chasing somebody's livestock because somebody's fence went down, right? I didn't have any livestock calls today, thankfully, but those are common occurrences that happen. But that's why that wording is so important with the willfully and intentionally, because then I have to prove that. So if a tree came down on your fence and your cows got out, clearly that wasn't willfully and intentional on your part. However, if I've been to your house 400 times for your goats getting out.
Literally 400 times. Pick up the papers.
No, I think it's 500.
No, it's 480 something.
487.
Yeah, it's
2 years.
Yeah.
If I come to your house that many times and I tell you, get them contained, and you're still not, and you get a civil judgment and you still don't contain them, well, I would say that's pretty willful and intentional.
So here's another question. And again, this is not directed at you, not directed at anybody up here. I know the intent of this board, of you as the animal control officer, of our chief deputy who's back there, and of our sheriff. I know that intent, and of our county administration. 20 years from now, I'm not going to be on this board. 20 years from now, I'm going to be 82 years old. I hope I'm just still living. So you have a judgment call, and I understand law enforcement makes judgment calls every day, right? Is that willfully or intentionally? But let's assume we have an ACO who's super aggressive on that. What are the safeguards in place, whether it's this or we pass something else or we don't pass anything, that when somebody goes to Mr. Rawson, well, Mr. Rawson's son and daughter in 20 years, he's going to be in the same boat I'm in, and gets aggressive about this willful and intentional thing, What's Mr. Rawson's recourse to say no? That's not the case. We had a storm. A mile and a half of my fence came down, and 200 head of cattle got out, and I've been trying to round them up for 2 days.
So again, the burden of proof would be on the ACO. So if he goes ahead and he writes him that ticket, even though Mr. Rawson tells him, hey, a tree just came down on my fence yesterday, all Mr. Rawson has to do is come to that court case, explain it to the judge. The judge is going to say that's not willful and intentional. ACO didn't meet their burden, and it's going to get dismissed.
And let me just add, the burden is beyond a reasonable doubt.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to propose that there's a system of checks and balances along more than just when you get to court to prove it.
I agree.
Number one, there's a judge. He has the final say. Number two, you answer to the sheriff. He has a say in it. Number three, the ACO, which stands for Animal Control Officer, in case everybody wondered what ACO stood for. Number four, the county attorney, who has to prosecute the charges. And number five, the Board of Supervisors. So there's 5 checks and balances in there that anybody in there can say, no, we're not doing that, because that's really not what he was trying to do.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Chief, while you're up there, just one quick question. I explained to some people on the phone this afternoon that, and I've done this on 2 stints on the board now, any ordinance that I would ever consider passing on anything has to meet a 2-prong litmus test. Number one, it has to address and solve the problem that it's intended to solve and not create a worse one. That's first. We'll have that debate here shortly. The second one is it has to be enforceable or it's not worth having. So my question to you is, from an enforcement standpoint, is what's in front of you and the language that's in front of you that's been corroborated by the state attorney general as being in proper conformance with something that they would approve to handle situations like this. Can you properly enforce this ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
A question. Kind of going on what you're saying, but if we pass this emergency order, if it were to pass tonight, we have a committee we have responsible landowners and producers and responsible members of the board, and I consider myself I have equines, and I don't have run-of-the-mill equines. I have expensive ones and your cattle too are expensive. If somebody calls you, you're getting up at 3 in the morning. You're out there. I'm out there. I've been out there for other people's horses. But if we pass this ordinance and then we get together, we have panel members, and we change this ordinance, maybe this is more for Helen, and you move forward and you take care of the issue that we have, will it still be enforceable? It expires in 3 weeks, this temporary ordinance. 4 weeks?
Right. It does expire.
But
It would be noticed in this format. I mean, yes, you're correct.
And we
It could
change it?
You can change it if that's
And we
the
come up with something
decision.
better with our farmers, but we can at least take care of this issue, which our schools start tomorrow, and these animals have been going around Moss Knuckles Elementary School. I'm not sure if you're aware, but they are causing an issue at the school, and kids are back in school, and we don't need a goat to be hit or a school bus to swerve to miss a goat
Or they go
onto
inside
a
the
wait.
school.
Or what?
Or they go inside the school.
Or they get inside the school. I mean, this is, and I'll tell you, it's become the butt of Louisa as a joke right now. I've been hearing people all over talk about the Facebook pictures of the goats at Moss Knuckles, and people think it's funny, but it's not funny.
Because the owner is known and still has not come to contain them.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
No.
Mr. Wayne.
Ms. Jones, I think the intent of the expiration is to make sure that there's a good group that presses in some time in the next 4 weeks, comes up, and it's a well-rounded group made up of producers. We're proposing probably at least 6 of us on there. I'm planning on being on it myself. And then to come with a replacement, a change, a modification, something that we can put in place permanently via the public hearing process at that point in time. So it's not just we're doing something and we're going to let it go. We're planning on trying to get a long-term solution to this. And we didn't just pick this up July 25th when they got in the interstate. This is just the first available date we've had to meet on. We've been working on this thing for a year, and it hadn't gone anywhere. Stuck at the Planning Commission. It's been there for 6 months and not doing anything with it.
So I would like to just clarify before I open public hearing. So we keep saying that this will expire 11/59, September the 5th, is it? September the 5th. And can you explain why that is? Because if we enact it as an emergency ordinance, it has a sunset anyway.
It's a 60-day. It can only be enforced for 60 days from the date you enact it.
And if the board decides to sunset it earlier, then it sunsets earlier.
That's correct. Or if the board left it in place with the 60 days and, in less than 60 days made it permanent, then the temporary goes out the window. So.
Yes, ma'am.
In these 60 days, while we sort this out and come together and we've been having
30
bad
days,
storms.
ma'am.
30 days. Well, you're right. It's
Less than 30, actually.
You are. In these 30 days in September, and we have a tree, while we're sorting this out, fall on a fence line of one of our responsible landowners that we don't have issues with, are you going to find them? Are you going to go after
A
them?
tree falling on their fence is not willful and intentional, so I could not find them according to the code.
Okay.
You could, but the checks and balances may check you up between now and then.
True
So
story.
I just want to be clear
But
with that. You
you
could do
don't
it.
have that intention to do that at all.
No.
But you
not
don't
at
have the
all.
authority to do that.
Again,
Yeah,
we
true.
keep a livestock in a range list for a reason.
Yeah, you
It's
do.
because we have a good relationship with our farming community, and we know that their livestock is extremely valuable to them, and they want to keep it safe. So we keep that list, so when accidents happen and things get out, we can call them so that they can get their investments back on their farms where they're nice and safe. And our farmers that know that these are investments and they put all this time and this money into,
Yeah,
again,
a lot.
they're, the minute I call, if they're not there, a farmhand's there, a neighbor's there, the fence is fixed, that within 3 days, the problem is solved, if it takes that long. I'm
Mr.
good
Barlow?
with that. But when it goes on for 2 years,
No. Yeah.
Mr. Barlow?
I just have a comment, and that is, the reason I motioned to take this off the agenda was I don't feel the farming community has been given ample opportunity to have input on this ordinance being proposed. And it's already been mentioned, this emergency ordinance dies at 11:59 on the night of our September the 5th meeting. So I'm questioning, if that's the why is it that we don't allow people opportunity to have input and bring this thing back on September the 5th and vote on something that everybody's had an opportunity to have input on, rather than passing an emergency ordinance now that dies on September the 5th?
Let me answer that.
Mr. Ray?
I'd be happy to answer that one, and what my opinion of why I'm doing it is. The day that the animals made it to Interstate 64 and one got hit and potentially cause an accident and make a public safety issue, that's a way to address this singular incident and this one-off problem we have until such time as we can come together between now and then and do it, but that would address the problem. And I can tell you that if those animals got back in the interstate in the morning, God forbid, and caused an accident and someone got killed, I would have a moral issue that I did not take action that I could have done to prohibit that. And that's why I'm doing that here tonight.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chief. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. I do have several cards. Again, when I call your name, come to the podium, give your name and your voting district. You do not have to give your home address. You have 3 minutes to speak. I'll give you a warning when you have 15 seconds. The first card I have is Fred Massey.
My name is Fred Massey. I now vote in the Mineral District, and I farm in the Ellisville area of Louisa County. Bulls, bachelors, and bullhogs come and go as they please. This fine that you're considering on loose animals will be bad for Louisa County. It will make Louisa an unfriendly place for pasture livestock. This will cause a decrease in livestock operations in Louisa County. And what will happen to this former pasture? Some of it will revert to timberland, which will be taxed at a lower rate. Some of it will be converted to intensive farming use, with row crops with the resulting runoff and soil erosion. And some of it will be made into housing developments with, again, runoff and yard fertilizer runoff. More housing will also increase demand for county services. This proposed fine will be place an undue burden on all farmers and especially on our older farmers. To repeat, bulls, bachelors, and bullhogs come and go as they please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Massey.
Doug Hitchcock.
I got a big folder. Name's Doug Hitchcock. I don't live in this county. I own some land in this county, and I think I'm the one that's calling most of the time about these animals. Mr. Williams, I'm sorry, is that your name, sir?
Yes, sir.
He hit the nail right on the head by what he said. We got a bad apple, and the last thing I'd want to do is penalize any of these people that are farmers. That's the last thing I'd want to do. And I've said from the beginning, the wording needs to be as such that it does not have anything, any negative effect on these people. I had a bunch of stuff to show, but I think y'all have a good idea of what we've been putting up with for the last, actually, it's been 5 years. And just to give you a short story on this, I know it's a civil case, I agree. And let me tell you, I started about 3 years ago trying to find a lawyer that would take this case. It must be a complicated thing, because I couldn't get one in Louisa, I couldn't get one in Charlottesville, I couldn't get one in the west end of Richmond that would take this case, this particular case. It was damaging my fields and my woods. My woods are tore up. So thank you for what you're trying to do. I can only say I hope it does not negatively affect these people, because that is definitely not my intention, and I know it's not yours either. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Charlotte Hitchcock. All right.
I don't think I could say anything any better than that.
Thank you. Lionel Morris.
I'm gonna pass too, but all I'm gonna say is what he said. I am not trying to hurt any of the farmers. It's just this one particular one that their animals is on my property all the time, day and night.
Thank you, ma'am. Steve Hopkins.
Thank you. Steve Hopkins, Patrick Henry District. I'm going to briefly say where I'm coming from on the issue, and then I'll address the issue. But if you look at the fines, I probably got as much exposure, particularly a few months from here, than anyone in this, if you count poultry, anyone in this room. I've had cattle one time that visit Tanya Golf Course and Country Club, and they didn't appreciate it. But this is not addressing that. This is addressing a temporary issue. It's temporary to address the one with the goats that are getting out. Now, I also run a farm that has had 10 cows out for 2 years and did a lot of damage to one of my crops, to a cornfield. I'm not asking for this to help with that. I think I got that solved. Also up the road, there's hogs that are getting out, and that's a real problem with these hogs getting out and becoming feral hogs. We have a real situation that we need to do something about. What we're talking about tonight is just temporary for this one issue. We can have the debate later for something permanent. Would I approve this or be in favor of this like it is permanently? Probably not. This is not a permanent. This is temporary. So if you vote against this, you're saying that you're voting against trying to take care of this one situation that we're having so much trouble with right now. But we do need to look at this permanent, because once that person's taken care of, someone's going to replace them and move into the county, and we're going to be facing the same thing again. It's not the farmers. This isn't against farmers. I have a crop field. I'm being damaged by this as a farmer. This is to help protect some of the farmers. Yes, do we need to work on this if it's permitted? We do, but that's not the issue tonight. It's a temporary one. And it's a shame that the emotions have been raised on this issue like it has and taken out of context. But it's willfully, intentionally, that has to meet those standards. It's temporary, it's only for a period of time. We need to work on something that would be long-lasting. But we need to do something. It was said, well, we haven't had enough time to discuss it. I was on the committee that this came before back in the wintertime, and there were August, and nothing's been done. If we don't do something like this, nothing will be done 6 months from there. So yes, I'm fed up with it, and fed up and listening and nothing happening. So we need this passed tonight. Then we need to have an honest discussion, get input on both sides, and come up with something permanent. But that's not what you're voting on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tompkins. I don't have any more cards. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Yes, sir.
I'd like to say something. I'm Lee Rawson from the Patrick Henry District. I love Steve to death, and I agree. I understand what the problem is, and y'all are trying to address a certain issue. But when you go down that, I know it's temporary, but it's all like how you perceive things. Like you're, you know, like the being out, like the saying the willfully and all that. You know, years y'all might not be here years down the road, and like that stack of books that lay down the table like that, like it was a big stack. They probably got a stack like that on me. They call me all the time if there's cattle anywhere in the county. I get a call. So
No, they call me on everything on the east end.
Well, maybe
okay?
I think I get some of those calls too. And I appreciate what y'all do, dealing with the county, because I feel like my beard has grown since I've been here. It's been forever. But it's got to be something's got to be done. I just don't want it to go down the road and they have a stack of papers on me. And we rent a lot of land. Some have good fence, some have crappy fence. And we do the best we can with what we've got. But stuff gets out.
Mm-hmm.
We've been farming, we've been there for 100 years. We've had cattle, sheep, hogs, everything. And they get out. And I'm just worried, and I'm not meaning to argue with you, Steve, but I'm just worried that, you know, if we pass something, I know it's temporary, but if we pass something, if y'all pass something, and it keeps on down the road, when y'all not here, and it's a different control office, whatever, different sheriff, different everything, that my kids might pay for it. You know, I don't know how to, I agree something has to be done, but I agree with Rachel too. It's got to be something where cattle or livestock are getting in the road, that's jeopardizing their health and safety.
It is.
It's got to be something, some kind of something in the books. Maybe it's not. It looks like people have been checking into it. But it's got to be something somewhere that you can do something about it without having to go through the ordinance. I don't know if y'all have searched that or what, but.
He's putting you on the committee.
You're
You
on
know
the
you're putting
committee.
yourself on a committee.
I'd love to be on the committee, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I know y'all deal with a lot of crap, and I appreciate what you do, but I just feel like that in the future, I don't want it to be a problem in the future.
I agree, Lee.
So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you. I was looking for volunteers. So.
There you go.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I'm David Shaw from the Green Springs District. There was one thing that I saw in there that I didn't see in the ordinance that I think probably should be included, that the livestock owner be given a warning and given a certain number of days to correct the problem. You know, maybe a week, 10 days to correct the problem. And if he doesn't correct the problem in a week to 10 days, then maybe look at fining. But I just think that to give to keep the ordinance from getting out of control and somebody just coming in and saying, all right, your cow's been out twice, and you haven't fixed the problem, we're going to go ahead and sock you with a $2,000 fine. I think there ought to be some kind of clause in there where where the livestock owner be given a warning, you know, hey, if you don't get this problem fixed, you're going to get fined. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Mr. Kane.
Thank you, members of the board. James Kane. I think I am in the mineral district now.
I think you are, yeah. Stretches way up there now.
Yeah, we right at Orange County. You really know. I'm a beef cattle farmer, not on as scale as Mr. Rawson, but I do rent quite a bit of land, what have you. I can tell you one thing, at 3 o'clock in the morning when the sheriff's department calls, you can really wake up from a sound sleep.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Move. And it is nothing any better than arriving at the scene and finding out they ain't your cow. But at the same time,
That feels good, doesn't it, sir? Feels good.
you do what you can to try to help get them off the road and what have you. Certainly, as a cattle operation, we have cattle that get out from time to time. There are instances that you cannot control, whether it be an act of God as far as a storm or something. You will occasionally have the one old bull that smelled a cow in heat somewhere across the road, and he decided to be Romeo. But those things happen, and it's part of the game. As you earlier mentioned, there are bad actors and good actors in every industry here in this state, and agriculture is certainly no exception to it. I do agree. I think you will find that most of your problems are from these farmettes and what have you. I think looking at this county, the way things are growing, you're going to see more and more of these type smaller operations. That being said, I think one thing that I have heard, I think Mr. Rawson addressed it, and I would have to say that as you go through this with your committee, it should be addressed. That is looking into the future, 15, 20 years down the road. I do feel very confident with the law enforcement we have now, with you on the board and everything, that this is not going to be abused. But as this county becomes more urban, or suburban, I should say, and I think it's certainly in the future, you don't know whether you will have a government that becomes somewhat overzealous in this. And I think that would be an issue that probably you should need to address, whether it's from a best management practice format or what have you, because I don't know whether that's even covered under the BMPs. But certainly those of us that food with livestock want to keep them maintained. That being said, I'm in support of your ordinance.
You
Thank you,
are
sir.
or not?
I am.
Oh, wow.
Votes in the middle district. Look
I
at
heard
that.
Yes, sir. I assume you want to speak since you stood up. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Board. Robert Wharton, and I live in Tony's district. I'm right down the road from him.
Very good. Have
It's on
my
the
cows gotten out on your property recently?
I got the phone call.
Okay, good.
And then I got a call, it was yours, so.
That's always the way it is. They're
yeah.
all mine.
So 2 parts, and I'll make it as quick as possible. If we pass something tonight, what is going to be able to occur or happen to solve this problem in 30 days? What's going to happen? I don't have an issue with the way it's written, but what action is going to take place that's going to solve the problem that's being addressed right now? The second part would be in the future. If we do pass an ordinance tonight, who's to say 5 years from now, it doesn't get added on to, and it gets added on to and added on to. And then finally, if anything happens and one of our cows gets out, or 10 of them get out, or all 100 of them get out, you know, that could be a pretty hefty fine. So I understand the concern that we have as producers of putting something like this in place, but I also empathize with the situation that's going on with these goats. And I also understand the bigger problem is if livestock gets out there on 64 and somebody does die, that is a huge liability issue.
It's a moral liability. It's not a legal liability, it's a moral liability.
It is.
That's where the issue comes in.
So with that being said, what's going to be done if we pass something tonight, and what's going to prevent it from becoming, or getting out of control 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now? And with that being said, I'll volunteer to be on the committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you take a pause, I'd be willing to address those three questions. What's going to happen? Number one, we would pass this emergency ordinance. I'm expecting Chief Ellison to wrangle up the goats quickly, get them under control. I'm expecting this committee to go to work quickly and do some work and come back at our September 5th meeting with a proposed permanent ordinance or changes to the temporary one or something that we can get back with. What happens if we add on to it later? You know what? Any given day, a friend of mine told me 4 people in this county make any changes they want to on 4 votes. That's the 7 people that sit up here. It takes 4 to make any given changes. It don't have to be added on to later. They could start from 0 on their own. You could start with just, they could just say, there's no ordinance in the county to deal with this. Here, let's put this one in. At least we've given them a platform and understanding of how we feel about it at the time. So you don't have to add on to it later. You can just create your own later. And the hefty fine, and maybe you didn't pick this up, but I wanted to propose the language in C, which basically says a violation under this section shall result in a $250 per violation fine, not to exceed $2,000. Yeah, well, $2,000 can be hefty. Well, you know what? If you are intentionally and knowingly, not willfully, but knowingly allowing your livestock to roam at large, I think you should be paying something for that. And you know what? The good news is that lady in the back's not going to hand you a ticket. She's going to hand you a summons. The judge, when we get to court, is going to decide how much you're going to pay, not her. You don't pay her at the time. She don't write you a ticket and you write her a check for $500, it goes away. No, you're going to see the judge. The judge will decide how much you need to pay, because that's why we have a legal system in the court. So I hope I've addressed your questions. That's my intention for how they should be addressed. And I'm sorry to prolong the situation.
No, it's fine. I think it's probably a great discussion. Mr. Ross.
Our newest Ag and Forestal Committee member.
Yes.
Members of the board, I appreciate you taking the time to listen to us and hear us. And
Charles, we all know who you are, but for the record, you.
Charles Rawson, Louisa District.
Yes, sir.
116 Woodyer Circle. As this situation has developed, and I think Mr. Barlow spoke very well to it, as a county agent, I didn't know anything about this till just a few days ago. I did, and I have had people come to my office that have had issues with animals. Some of them y'all have talked about tonight, and I realize the seriousness of those issues. But I would encourage you to take caution. If it's good in 30 days, it can happen. It doesn't have to happen tonight. And I understand, Mr. Williams, about the current Ag and Forestry Committee looking at it. My understanding was it was a split vote and they didn't like the language. And I understand from Planning Commission members that there again, they didn't like the language. That's why it hadn't moved up. So that ought to tell you something, that people have put some thought into this before tonight. But I have spent a ton of time today searching state code and the county code. And I guess the one question that I have, I hear that the county doesn't have the authority to seize these animals. What about section 14.6? It says right in there, any law enforcement officer, and this is a current county code to my understanding. I pulled it off the website today. Any law enforcement officer or animal control officer may lawfully seize and impound any animal that has been abandoned, has been cruelty treated, or is suffering an apparent violation of this chapter. But the first term is abandoned. Now, when I think of livestock that is running all over the county and hurting folks and going on their private property, to me, that landowner and that person is not practicing animal husbandry in a proper way, and they have abandoned that animal. And that statute clearly says, or the code clearly says, the only step beyond that for the county to be able to seize that animal is to get permission from the state veterinarian's office or their representative. So why isn't that, my question is, why isn't that significant enough to take care of the problem tomorrow. The ordinance that you're going to look at and consider passing, I don't see where that gives any more enforcement ability to the sheriff's department. And I could be wrong. I am not a lawyer. I will be the first to say it. But why doesn't the current county code already address this issue significantly enough that we don't need to put further burden that could actually spread out to the greater agricultural community unintentionally? And that's my question to the board, to the attorney. Why isn't that enough? And I could be wrong.
Well, normally, you know, during public comment, we don't interact, but I'm going to treat you as the county extension agent.
That's honestly, that's the way I'm trying to act.
So,
I hope so.
it's a good question.
It is a good question.
And I'll answer that, and I'll be glad to. On the day that those animals were on the interstate, that code section was looked at exhaustively. And it's what the animal control officer said earlier, that one incident wasn't enough, that the state veterinarian would not concur with that, and that wasn't possible. There has been a huge amount of effort and research, and Mr. Eldridge, my assistant, and I had an intern this summer, and we've looked at it, and the Commonwealth Attorney, Mr. McGuire, has been involved, and he was involved in this up until almost 5 o'clock this evening on trying to exhaust all possible avenues in the existing law, not only the Louisa Code, but the Virginia Code. And you know, I speak not out of anger. I am frustrated that I couldn't find something before tonight and that we had to go this route, but I do believe this is the best we can fathom at this point.
In summary, the county attorney, the Commonwealth attorney, the sheriff, and the animal control officer believe we have no ordinance currently on the books to deal with this issue. And that is everybody that we have sort of getting hired gun special.
So this ordinance is there is
will not address this issue and will not deal with it. In the opinion of the sheriff, the ACO, the county attorney, and the Commonwealth attorney, sir. We've been down that road.
But the new ordinance will.
Yes, sir. And the state attorney general has confirmed that this ordinance will do what we're asking it to do.
One of these is mine. Mr. Rawson,
That one's yours.
again, I'm going to keep you here as county extension agent. So I think I've made it clear. I have tremendous concerns that we don't do anything that adds an additional burden to our agriculture community. And I don't think anybody up here has that intent at all. But when you look at this with the language of intentionally or knowingly for an owner to
and it's not or, it's and.
intentionally and knowingly
They're and, it's not or.
to let those animals roam. Do you see this as the extension agent as having a negative impact on our ag community?
I think in terms of the ordinance, the way it's written, the financial burden that you put in there, in terms of the fine, if that's your goal, I don't see where that accomplishes what you want to do. I mean, essentially, at least what I'm hearing, is the goal would be to seize those animals and take them out of the general population, if you will, so that they're not in Interstate 64 and they're not impacting people's houses and tearing up their yards. I mean, I had a lady come in the extension office one day with a picture of her 4-acre yard, and 3 acres of it was plowed up like a full-bottom plow had been through the field because of pigs from a neighbor that wouldn't do anything about it. And I you know, I understand there's a problem, but I think the financial penalty, I don't see where that accomplishes your goal. That's my personal opinion, professional opinion.
What would accomplish your goal?
Well, I think just like what you've got there in terms of willfully and intentionally somebody that's doing this, you know, you got to have, to me, it needs to be balanced, and it needs to be stepped up, and it needs, and it should have been. I mean, there's no sense that 483 visits have been made to one property, and nothing's been done before now.
Right.
Okay, that's just, again, that's my opinion. But at the same time, the way it's presented now, I think could have a long-term impact to the county's agriculture, as Mr. Massey said. I thought he spoke very eloquently about that, and he laid it out very clearly. And that's where we need to be careful. And I don't see where 30 days is going to make a difference. I mean, I understand school's getting ready to start. I understand there's issues that need to be dealt with. I've talked to attorneys and gone over this with them, and they're kind of giving me a little different twist on it, that it is enforceable. So I'm just kind of confused. But again, and I don't mean to be up here causing trouble or rallying a cry, but as I said, I only found out about this just a couple days ago, and the first thing that popped in my mind is any tax, any ordinance, that it's easy to put them in, but it's hard to get rid of. And that's just something that I think we need to consider very strongly. I don't see why coming back in September, giving a committee top-notch to get this done, you got 30 days to do it, and bringing y'all a product back, I think is very, very doable, considering the situation. But it's up to the board and up to your wisdom.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rawson has brought some questions to my, I'd like to ask,
Sure.
but I
I
don't know
mean-
if we can ask Chief Ellison and.
Sure you can.
Yeah, we can ask anybody we want.
Because you're bringing some points to my mind here. I'll wait for you to come up.
Why don't you stay there, because again,
Yeah.
you got two different viewpoints here. Producer, use the mic, Chief, so that we can pick it up.
Gotcha. I'm gonna get close to you.
So knowing how slow the court system does work.
Right.
So we're worried about getting these animals off the streets. We're worried about moral obligations, and we're worried about accidents, and we're worried about the school starting and this one issue. And he brought a really good point to me. So tomorrow morning you go, and are you just gonna fine her and give her a court date in 30 days, or when end there that court date? Or are we going, is the goal to take those animals away from them, to seize those animals?
No, you're not seizing them, you're impounding them, the difference.
Impounding,
You're
excuse
impounding
me.
them.
Is the
The
goal
word's
to
impounded.
impound them tomorrow morning, or just fine them tomorrow morning and wait for a court date? What is the object? What are we trying to do here?
So should I get a phone call tomorrow morning stating that these animals are loose and roaming free, if I have this ordinance in place, I can then respond to that address, impound those animals, issue a summons to the owner, and then they will have a court date.
Okay. But we are taking those animals. We're not just
It's not seizing them, it's
No.
impounding. They're
we're
different.
impounding them. We're taking those animals away so they can't do.
They're being impounded until their court date, and the judge can decide.
And do we have to have a $250 fine? Do we have to have a fine with them?
You're either gonna have a fine or jail time. I mean, you have to have a penalty of one way or another, no?
Well, it's a class 4 misdemeanor,
go.
so it's
Right.
up to a $250 fine. And we had it at 100, and then there was concern that that wasn't enough, so.
Because class 4 requires 250, so you want to make sure your ordinance matches your fine.
But it could be
And we're going to have
less.
It can
separate
be less.
ordinances and separate commitments, and I agreed to limit it to $2,000,
Because I'd hate for you to have 100 cows out and have to pay $25,000 when the tree falls against the fence. But it wouldn't be knowingly and willfully. So that argument doesn't hold water.
You'd
So-
never
so-
get a ticket to
Huh?
begin with.
What?
So that's somebody's opinion.
Well, it is an opinion.
If they've got a stack of papers on me, say my cow's been out, come out there, they might say, I'm knowingly willing to let them out.
I can promise you, even on you, I don't have a stack this big.
I'll have a stack that big on anybody.
All right,
Just them.
all right.
Okay, thank
hold
you,
on.
because that was my question. What is your plan to impound? I'll be at Moss Knuckles in the morning, if they're in the parking lot.
I'm gonna be bringing some fencing, so bring your running shoes.
Well, but before you go, Chief, so, we talk about the goats that were at Moss Knuckles on Saturday. Mr. Barnes had an event there. I think Mr. Barlow was there. He mentioned it a time or two. Those goats that were at Moss Knuckles were not the goats that's impacting this lady's yard.
No, sir.
Different goats,
Two
different
separate-
owners,
two
different
separate
people.
incidents, yes.
Yeah, different people.
Correct, different owner. But same.
Same issue?
Same result.
Same issue.
Same
I know
issue.
the owner's been contacted. The goats have yet to be contained. For the last 2 weeks, they've been running loose.
Oh, wow.
It only
Right.
became popular when the kids tried to go to school.
All right. 8:51.
Thank you all. Anybody else? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. We've got people that haven't spoke yet. This gentleman, then you, ma'am.
You talking about that. Good evening. My name is Sylvester Courtney. I live in Ellisville. I'm around a lot of good farmers. Mr. Kane, Massey, Coleman's, Winston's, all good farmers. All cows I've known have got over a period of time, which is no big issue. I remember Mr. Kane, when I was working, 4 o'clock in the morning, he had a bull chasing the cow in heat down the road. I'm going to work. I turned around, goes back to his house and got him out to bed before I went to work. I had to go over to D.C. But the good people suffer with the irresponsible people. I can't understand that. All them goats and chickens you all talking about are farmettes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The real farmers, like Mr. Kane, Masses, Austin, I just name a whole lot of them in here, because I've been around here all my life. I remember cows are right here. But why should the people that be responsible for the livestock are pay the price of some idiot that keep constantly letting this stuff run up and down the road? I came home one evening from work. A sludge truck came on the back property, let every cow I had in the highway. When I got home, my wife said, "Your cow's out." I go back there, the sludge gate open. They left all the cows, but I had good neighbors.
Lee did that.
I have enough people that make a Tarzan movie when my livestock get out there. Everybody come help me. That is the truth. I mean, the Winston, everybody help each other. But you all putting stress on some $250 fine. Dick me, the largest amount of cows I ever had at one time was 65 cows and calves. I'm not with the big boys. I'm the little boy. But we have to suffer with the irresponsible people. I know a man had hogs, got in my field, rooted my whole field up. Then he reseeded it. Guess what he reseeded it with? Blackberries. I mean, it's ridiculous. And good people got to suffer with these bad people. And I don't approve all the $250 fine. That'll ruin some of these farmers. They'll set up on the tractor, buying high-dollar fertilizer up in the night working. Then they got to pay a fine for a cow girl. And this day and time, trees are more abundant and falling than ever been in my life. I've been around here all my life. I never saw so many trees falling. No later than the other day, a big hickory tree fell on my property, and the horses were going to get out. A green tree, it was green. But we got to work together and take care of the people that try to be responsible. The ones that are not responsible, them the ones to lean on, keep livestock constantly getting out, pigs running all across people's yards. My house, I couldn't sleep. Take Mr. Marshall, the one in Southern States down here. I was working up in D.C.
10
I used to
seconds,
raise
sir.
hogs back in the day. Back in the day when hogs were good profit, but not worth a quarter now. I came home one evening. He called me on the phone, said, "Come up here a minute." I get up, go up to his house. He had a wheat field. The hogs had rooted up over an acre and a half of his wheat. He didn't charge me a dime. I offered to pay, wouldn't charge me a dime. You know why? Because they don't get out all the time. That's the one thing. He wouldn't charge me. And I'll never forget those good people. But they get rid of these bad farmettes. They're the ones that cause all the problem for all the big guys.
Thank you, sir. Don't leave. We may want you to come back. Yes, ma'am.
He's going home.
Yeah, he's going home.
Yeah,
She's got.
It's Nikki.
My name is Nicole Atkins. I'm on Yanceyville Road, Patrick Henry District. And I just have a couple of questions about, we're going to impound these animals and hold on to them. So is that a county cost? Are we going to foot that bill?
Yes.
And what's that time frame look like? Are you gonna, as part of this ordinance, are you gonna assess penalties to go with that for the time that Louisa County has to take care of these animals?
My guess is that'd be up to the judge.
Yeah, we have an ordinance that if we impound or seize animals, that the owner is responsible for the care, the maintenance, and the feed.
As long
We
as the
passed that-
judge, as long as the judge rules that way.
Yeah, we passed that,
Judge rules
yes,
it.
ma'am. I mean, it is an ordinance on the books. We passed that about, right after the, was it
Big-
Mount Airy?
Yeah.
West Old Mountain, wasn't it?
West Old Mountain.
So this is
Isn't that right,
something
Chief?
that,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
this is something that when you impound it, it's gonna go to court within 10 days unless they, that's normally what.
Chief's shaking her
what
head,
an
yes.
impound-
Look at her.
That's normally what it is. And so those fees, whatever those fees are that the county incurs, because the last thing we need to do is incur more fees taking care of animals that other people aren't taking care of.
Don't disagree.
So that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, yes, ma'am. That's fine. No. You have 3 minutes. You don't have to be that quick.
No, I do.
He's back. Mr. Courtney, you're back.
I've
Good to
been
see
here
you.
for a while. Julie Manzari, Jackson District. I at least started to mention this earlier, and I'm in a situation where I have a neighbor that's very vindictive. And on July 3rd, I had a mare that got wounded. She knocked the fence down. I had cows that got out. She called animal control, this neighbor, and was insisting to animal control that I get a penalty and a fine. And if this code was enacted then, I would have been in a lot of trouble.
No.
I don't think so. Intentionally
'cause
and
not
knowingly.
knowingly. You
So-
took care of her.
I understand, but my neighbor would have insisted, right, that I had knowingly
Well, she
done
can
that.
insist whatever she wants to, but if the animal control officer doesn't cite you and charge you, there's nothing to do.
I see what you're saying.
No, you do.
But I've been in this situation. I have 13 neighbors. She's unlucky 13,
Sorry.
and they have used the law enforcement against us ever since they moved in. And it becomes a problem with everybody. So that's my concern. I probably will sell my cattle if this is longer than a temporary resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. I saw her first. And
And she spoke already.
no, not for this one.
You called her, didn't you?
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Rigsby. I live at 115 Camac Street in the Louisa District. I have a farming operation also in Louisa District, Bibb Store Road. Small farmer, much smaller than a lot of them. I want to be brief, but one of the things I think you guys have, obviously, we've gone over it over and over in this meeting is the concern regarding the farmers. And I really appreciate the fact that you guys are taking that into consideration. One thing I would like to do is, again, stress the wording. I know we're saying knowingly and intentionally, but words can change their meaning over time, and I think we really need to make sure that we're addressing that in the right way. The other thing that I want to consider is, I know this is looking at a temporary measure. From my understanding, it's also been at Planning Commission and a couple of other areas to try and get the ball rolling. It's obviously taken a while to try and come up with something. Even though it's temporary, it's very easy to make something temporary permanent when you already have it in place. And I want you guys to recognize that that's a possibility. By making this temporary, I understand that it does have a time limit. But because you already have that in place, you already have a good framework. And if something doesn't come back in quite as timely a fashion as you would like, I don't want this temporary ordinance to become permanent in the way that it's worded without making sure that we've gotten all the appropriate input from the farmers and the community that needs to be heard. So I just urge you to take that into consideration when considering this a temporary measure, even though we know that it would potentially run out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rigsby. Is there anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hobbit.
Oh, man.
Vicki Hart, Louisa District. My grandparents had a 200-acre farm, dairy, crops, chickens, you name it. One day I was going to work at North Anna Power Station at 3 o'clock in the morning. There was a stallion in the middle of the road. I stopped, and being familiar with this area, since I've been here for so long, I kind of knew where the horse belonged. So I turned around, went back to who I thought it belonged to, woke the neighbors up who didn't want to answer the door to a stranger at 3 o'clock in the morning, told them I thought their horse was loose, took them to it, helped them get the horse back, showed up late to work as the control room supervisor, who then had me drug tested because they thought I was crazy because I told them there was a horse in the middle of the road. As these farmers know, if you've grown up on a farm or you're familiar with it, you know how to take care of these animals. These people do not know how to take care of these animals. And they are what I call baby farmers. They have this thing in their mind that I'm going to live in the country and I'm going to have all these little animals and I'm now a farmer, but they're not farmers. And they're ruining it for everybody else, and they're making it worse for the people that live here and for the real farmers. My mother hit a cow. She almost died. That cow was running loose because somebody did not have it fenced in, not because it was loose. It is very obvious that running free livestock can be very hazardous to your health. And she was lucky she was not killed. The car was totaled, and she was hurt. But that was an example of what can happen when you knowingly let your animal run free. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, CT.
CT Thiemann, Louisa District, also Farm Bureau President. Just want to say thank you all for bringing this up tonight and allow us to speak. I recognize that we do have a problem. I also recognize that no farmer wants any additional regulations, ordinances, or anything. I don't think anybody in this room wants any more from any aspect. So the wording of this is the most important thing. I think that we're probably on the correct track, but it still has a lot of work to do. And one thing that's glaring that I see missing is, from my opinion, the wording is completely subjective. So once everybody here is gone and the next regime comes through, they can interpret it however they wish. So something that is concrete, that triggers this to be a penalty or a fine, if that's the route that we take, is very, I think in my mind, very important. People behind me may or may not agree with this. I'm not entirely sure, but I just found out about this at 8 o'clock this morning, so I haven't had a chance to talk with so many people. So everything else that has already been said by everyone else, so I'll say my piece for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to address the board? Let me make sure that you've already spoke one time. Then you can come back. Well, actually, you can't. In a public hearing, you only get one.
No,
you only get one time.
No, Lee.
And I gave Charles all that extra time.
Ask somebody else to ask.
Is there anyone else?
Somebody else.
Mr. Austin has the same.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, Lee, whisper the question to Mr. Austin. He can tell you the question.
Seriously.
Yes, sir. Yeah, John Austin, Patrick Henry District. We own a lot of cattle throughout the area. I'm surprised you guys get all the phone calls. I was sure I got them all. And I love it when I go down and just sharps cows out, not mine, but down off of
Did he say that in public session right here?
Off of Cruiseville, but it does happen a lot. I just have a couple clerical questions that I'm a little confused about. I know that you said that the one instance wasn't enough to show negligence on their part, but the officer just showed 480 some responses. I realize you may be only establishing that off of Interstate 64, but that deliberately declares that they're already negligent. And per Charles Rawson's law, I would assume that would easily be upheld in any court and anywhere to show consistent negligence, and thumbing could care less about this, it seems, in any kind of ordinances we come up with, it seems at this point. I also have hauled livestock from Holly's Grove, horses from McQueen's store, half a dozen. They get out on the road and I get them. And I know there's charges when I bring those horses out. Most of the time I can help the officers figure out who they are. I'm a little confused by some of the stuff. I know you said it had been in, Mr. Williams had been in, Tony had been in Planning Commission for almost a year. I'm confused.
6 months.
6 months, okay. I'm just confused. Our farmers weren't called. It might have saved a lot of this issues and a lot of this aggravation thus far to this point.
Went to the Ag and Forestry Committee first.
Uh-huh.
Then it went to Planning Commission.
Gotcha. But, you know, just a brief overpass of people that do this for a living every day of our lives and get phone calls from them, it would have made a lot less. But I don't know what the burden of proof would have had to been for someone to have that many negligent calls and a whole 480-some responses to their household to not prove abandonment and not control of their animals. I realize you want to strengthen the language, give a bigger stick to appropriate that, but we're enforcing this on every farmer in the community for predominantly one person's issue. Not two, not three, not four, not five, just really one. And I think that's the part that bothers me and bothers most of us, because we have a lot of livestock, horses, cattle, pigs. I don't count them, it's just too many. And we have a lot of rental property, and most of those properties we can't afford to do all the repairs to the fence. We mostly hole chase, fix the issues that are there, because if we fix the property properly, it could cost us $10,000 to $15,000 to do that, and the following year they could sell it to somebody to build houses on. We can't afford that or incur that charge to try to make the proper improvements. On our own property, we can do that, and we have done that to the best of our ability to keep them up. But I just wanted to take time. I realize you got a real problem, and you can't please everybody, so I want to be honest and fair with that. I understand that you got to do something, but it just seems that this person has a huge stack against them. I would have thought anybody in the land would easily drop the gavel on that and said this person's delinquent and abandoned this, and it's clearly proven by hundreds of calls to their place. But that's just all I want to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Austin.
I don't know how you did that, but that was my question.
There you go. Boom. Look at that. Telepathy.
Can you let Helen answer that question, why we couldn't do for the 5? I want to hear.
Okay, we already did, I thought, but go ahead.
Anybody else wish to address the board? No? I'm going to close the public hearing. This is your last chance. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Come back to the board. And what's the discussion on the board?
I'd be prepared to make a motion if you have a
Hold on.
discussion.
You ain't ready yet, though, are you?
I am ready if you want to make one.
Yeah, hold
I can
on. No,
wait.
I'm not
Go
making a
ahead.
motion.
Okay. Maybe I'm not ready. I thought I was ready.
You know, when we have public hearings like this, I've always said this throughout my time on the board, that Louisa's different. We can agree to disagree, but we do it agreeably. I've always said that. And I'm not just blowing smoke. You all have done a yeoman's job tonight, being on both sides of the issue, so I want to let you know that up front. The other thing, I understand, I share some of your concerns about the guys, the board today and down the future. But I can tell you right now, the first thing that came to mind when we had to deal with this, and I'm going to be honest, I had a lot of calls in my district about it. The first thing that came to our mind was, I told Tony, let the Ag and Forestry District, let them know about it first. Take to the Ag and Forestry Committee.
We did.
Because the first thing I was concerned about was our farmers. You got Tony with a degree in agriculture. I got a degree in agriculture. You got a former FFA president. You got a sod farmer next to us. And you got a tree farmer that does tree. One of the first things that we were interested in, I want to make sure that you all were protected. That came up first and foremost. I know a lot of y'all. I eat pizza with Ron. He won't ever buy me now, but I eat pizza with Ron. But I know everybody, the Hopkins, the Rossins. But I want y'all to understand, we do not have anything in our toolbox currently to deal with this. We don't like making new laws. We do not. But our current toolbox does not allow us to deal with the issue today. I think Steve Hopkins said it point blank. This is temporary, and if you want to come in with something permanent, get on a committee, and we can get it fixed. We understand and we say up front, we're not perfect. We do not know everything. That's why we open it up to you all joining and put some language in it. But I have to, I'm not going to call the lady name who's been catching, you know what, with the goats. But goats all on top of her car, all in her yard. I mean, and I'll be honest with you, I'm an old country boy from Southampton County. I probably had goat beef by now, goat meat at my house. Okay, she's been really, really good about it. But we've got to do something, and it's temporary. If you don't come up with a solution, it goes out the window at 11:59 on September 5th. It goes out the window. But I want to thank y'all.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I echo that. I'll be brief. A lot of good points made back and forth. I remember when the county was looking at passing a noise ordinance years ago. I think it was 2003. I was 26 at the time, and I sat up on this board and I said, I'm worried because I know who the sheriff is now. I don't know who the sheriff's going to be in 20 years. And I totally understand that argument, and I think it's very valid. I also understand that in an ideal world, what should happen is we should get that committee together before anything is passed. They should work together now and come up with the right solution with the people in the room to get it done. There's only one thing that's given me a problem in here, and that is, I think the same thing that's given you a problem in there. Because if that situation didn't exist, I wouldn't pass this tonight. But it does. And so, unfortunately, I don't like it, but I think I'm going to have to support it on an emergency basis. And having said that, if you'd be so kind, Christian, to and Sheriff's Department to instruct ACO, I want these animals picked up tomorrow at the earliest possible convenience as soon as the complaint is filed. When the court summons them to come get them, what the fine is, not worried about that. I want the danger to the public removed. It's on that basis, and that basis alone, along with the language that's been putting there about knowingly or willingly, I think that does make a difference. There's a difference between, me taking Fitz's cell phone. Oh, sorry, Fitz, I took your cell phone, and I say, I'm gonna steal Fitz's cell phone. That's knowingly and willingly doing something wrong. So, I'll support it on that basis.
Mr. Chairman, I have great respect for every single one of you on the issue, and I think Fitz said it. In the year and a half I'm the newbie on this board, I have never sat in a hearing that has so much contention but has been so respectful to each other and to us. And this is something that affects you all, but guess what? I was counting up, doing the math up here. I thought, well, if mine got out, it's a $1,250 fine for me, too. So, I mean, I'm just as, I'm right there. But then I look into the eyes of somebody who's affected every day and who has sent text messages to us, and there has not been a day in months that I have not picked up my county phone and seen an animal destroying her property or on her vehicles or somewhere. And I in here can't let that go personally anymore. Now, is this the right one in 30 days? I don't know. It's up to you guys. It's up to us to figure it out and to keep looking at this and to keep working through this. And morally, I've spent 20 years in emergency services, and I know what livestock can do, and I've been to those horrific accidents, and I've taken those calls down in dispatch, and I've been on the scene of those calls, and they're horrific. But those are not your animals. They're not my animals. But there are people that are coming into our county. So we need to figure this out. This is just temporary. I don't want the fine. You don't want the fine. We have bad storms coming, but I can look in our ACO's eyes, that's not her intent right now. And she doesn't have a file on all of us. And if, for some reason, you were asking about the 200 and 400 complaints, if there was a way, I believe Helen, our Commonwealth Attorney, our ACO, our Sheriff's Office could have taken those animals. They already would have. There's a reason why we can't take them, even with all those complaints. So before this meeting, I told Fitz I didn't know what was in my heart, and he said, go with what's in your heart. And with what is in my heart, looking at this complaint, and I am also going to support this when we make our vote, and let us just work this out. work this out hard, because I'm not saying when we do the next one, I'm going to support it. I'm just saying for now, I want to try and fix this problem.
Ms. Brennan, nothing? So after I speak, I guess we'll probably get a motion, we'll vote, but don't leave, regardless of what the vote is, so I think I can count it, because I do want to appoint a committee to come back. I do want to echo something Mr. Barnes said. You know, we get a lot of public hearings. We get a lot. Usually when we have a crowd this size, we have law enforcement in the back, not to give us information, make sure people don't get out of hand. And you all have been nothing less than I expected. Respectful, people on both sides, people that I respect, Mr. Hopkins, Mr. Rawson, on both sides. And this has been a hard decision for me. I'm not going to support this resolution. The reason that I'm not is not that I'm not sympathetic to your issue, not that I'm not concerned about, you know, the public danger. There's a reason that this has languished in the Planning Commission for 6 or 7 months. There was no urgency. The urgency came when an emergency resolution was here before the board. It's going to expire September the 5th. So there's a limited time to get this right. Whether this is right or not right, I don't know. But I wrote her name down. I don't know if she's still here. Mrs. Rigsby, are you still here? Where are you? You said you put in words what I've been thinking all day. Once we have something in place, temporary, and yes, it's temporary, it's really easy to make that temporary fix the permanent fix. Okay. And I don't want to do that until I'm certain, one, that we need an ordinance, and I think we probably do, but if we do need an ordinance, I want the President Farm Bureau, I want the county extension agent, I want Mr. Hopkins, I want people who are in agriculture every single day to make sure we get it right. It scares me as well what could happen 20 years from now. But Mr. Williams also pointed out, based on that theory, you ought to be scared what can happen 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now, 2 years from now, because 4 people get up here, they can change anything they want to change. But I want to make sure if we move forward with it, we do it right. And I have struggled with this since probably Friday morning. I've talked to him more than I've talked to my wife over the last 3 days.
That's
and that is true. Trying to figure it out. But I'm not comfortable with where we're at. I think we probably need to get there, but I want to get there the right way. And I'm not saying this is the wrong way, but it's just, I'm just not comfortable with where we're at. So having said that, Mr. Williams?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I move we approve this emergency draft as it was presented with the word, mine had an old word, willingly. Knowingly is the better word. I've been contemplating that a little more here, so leave it at knowingly, like we had on the screen. Changing the violation under this section shall result in a $250 per violation fine, not to exceed 8 fines or $2,000 in aggregate. I think that puts a cap on the dollar sign up there as well. I'd also like to put in the motion that this will expire on September 5th at 11:59 p.m. Whether it is superseded and replaced or not, it will expire. And that's my motion, sir.
Second.
And properly moved and seconded that we approve, let me get the number. Ordinance amending section 14.4.1, animals running at large. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Motion passes 4-2. Now, before you all leave, I want to appoint a committee to work on this.
You want to be on the committee, raise your hand.
I got 12 names up here, so if you want to join, but Mr. Williams, myself, Mr. Goodwin, Ms. Phillips, Jim Riddell, Charles Rawson, Sheriff Lowe or his designate from the Sheriff's Department, the Animal Control Officer, Chief Ellison, Mr. Hopkins, I'd like to have you on that committee if you're willing to join that committee. CT, I'd like to have you on that committee. Mr. Lee Rawson, I'd like to have you on that committee. And Mr. Wharton, are you still here? You volunteered.
James, you want to be on the committee? Ms. Manzari.
You want, Julie, you want to be on? Okay. Now, I want to make sure it's workable, right? You get too many people, you won't get anything done. But here's the charge. I'm assuming that we'll be able to get we should have everybody's contact information to get together. I mean, we all know everybody in this room. The committee has 4 weeks to get together and decide what the county's move is forward. And that's how I'm going to charge the committee. Decide what the county's future action is. Not decide what the next ordinance is. Maybe there is a next ordinance, but decide what the county's future action is and make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. So all of you that are here that I named to that committee, do you agree to serve? If there's somebody that does not agree to serve that I named, let me know now. Okay.
Anybody else want to serve?
Pardon me?
Anybody else want to serve?
Yeah, well, I asked, is there anybody else that would want to serve?
We need to get it
The
right.
pay is really, really good. All right, we have nothing else, Mr. Barnes?
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and second that we adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting's adjourned.